Well, there's not as many here as there was the last time.
Video.
Well, there's about 35 here the last time. That was my children. I know where those votes are.
We're ready? Folks, I do apologize for the delay, but I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All righty. Mr. Dahl, are there any? Oh, Mr. Weaver, do we have an adoption for the agenda?
So made.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. The adoption of the agenda has been adopted. Mr. Dahl.
So, Mr. Chair, we certainly have a special presentation this evening. Before we go forward with the special presentation, though, we have a resolution that we need for the board to approve, and then we can go on with the special presentation.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Oops.
Oh, hey.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Ms. Seeger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes 4-0-1. A very special one.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think it would probably be helpful if we come down to the floor.
We don't get down there.
Me.
Right there in the middle, sir. You get right.
Right between these two nice ones.
Yes. I pretended.
So today's a very special day. The past 32 years have been a very special day. We've been blessed and just utterly thankful for the years of service from Mr. Weaver. So Mr. Weaver, we've got a plaque for you and a resolution I'd like to read, just kind of honoring your retirement. So this is a resolution recognizing and honoring retirement of the Honorable Donald W. Weaver. Whereas the Honorable Donald W. Weaver exemplifies the role of a public servant by displaying high standards in service to the residents of Fluvanna County. And whereas the Honorable Donald W. Weaver is most highly respected by his peers and colleagues as a consummate professional gentleman. And whereas the Honorable Donald W. Weaver was elected in 1989 by the people of the Cunningham District, Honorable Don Weaver was reelected for a total of 8 terms and has served with honor and humility for 32 years. And whereas the Honorable Donald W. Weaver did also serve on many county boards and commissions, including the Fluvanna County School Board, the Fluvanna County Planning Commission, the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, and the Central Virginia Regional Jail Board. And whereas the Honorable Donald W. Weaver will soon retire from public service, on this day we recount the deeds of an honorable steward. Therefore, be resolved that the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors recognize the contributions of the Honorable Donald W. Weaver to his community. The foregoing resolution was duly and regularly adopted by the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors at a regular meeting of the board held on the 15th day of December 2021. And it would be signed by John W. Sheridan, Chair of Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors. Thank you much for your service. Additional fact for you, sir. The Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors, with gratitude and deepest appreciation, Donald W. Weaver for 32 years of dedicated service to the people of Fluvanna County as the Cunningham District Supervisor with steadfastness and integrity. Best wishes for a happy and active retirement, Fluvanna County, Virginia, and we hope you get to have some of your service still, maybe some other boards or commissions.
Maybe so.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you.
Just for your years of dedication, and we thought, what would be a great memory for you to see from your years of service, and we thought, what better than a picture of Pleasant Grove Park. You were an integral part of getting Pleasant Grove Park, and we thought, this certainly kind of commemorates what you've done for Fluvanna County, and we cherish everything that you've done for this county for the 32 years.
Yeah, I would like to say something about that.
Yep.
The courthouse, we were told that we could no longer use the old courthouse, and we needed a new one. So we didn't know where to build it, and so therefore we bought actually Pleasant Grove with the suggestion of Lynn Gardner. We were out talking. So we said, well, we're going to take that back to the board to see if they'll buy that land. So there's approximately 1,000 acres, a little bit less. So we took it back to the board. It was unanimous. And the original price was $1,500,000. And our county administrator got it down to $1,050,000. And we got the 1,000 acres for that price. And then we had an election. This is the courthouse. The courthouse could only be moved a certain many feet where it was. So this was well out of bounds. So we had the election and it lost. We couldn't move it to Pleasant Grove. So we didn't know what to do. There wasn't really any place in around Palmyra to put that, but Bosley, he had his offices there. So we ended up buying his place, clearing that place, and house there. So the voters got what they wanted, and we all got what we wanted. And I think Pleasant Grove is one of the greatest places in this state of Virginia. And the children and all the activities they have keeps them out of trouble, and I love it. Thank you. Don't want to break the camera. Okay, we're gonna do this.
All right.
Oh, we're not done.
There you go, sir. I think you
Okay.
got something else.
Wow. Thank you kindly.
And also too, I know Sheriff Hess wanted to say a few things and present you with something as well, Mr. Weaver.
Absolutely. We're never going to get to the meeting, are we?
First of all, it's always been a pleasure working with Mr. Weaver. And anytime we were working on a budget or a presentation to the board, we always anticipate questions, but there are no harder questions would ever be asked than those from Mr. Weaver. I can tell you that. So anyway, on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, Mr. Weaver, congratulations on your many years of service as a Board of Supervisors member. You have selflessly served your community with great distinction, honor, and dedication. Your commitment and loyalty as a public servant reflects great credit upon you, Fluvanna County, and those you have been honored to serve alongside you. Now, as the days dawn in the next chapter of your life, may God's blessings be upon you as you follow in his way, and may you find joy and peace as he inspires you every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien?
Sure. My first encounter with Mr. Weaver was when I was standing in the audience and heard a few things about him. But primarily, I just didn't know much about the board of supervisors at that time. And you know, all the things that I heard about him were wrong. I have learned a lot being able to serve with Mr. Weaver. It's been one of my great honors in life to be an elected official, and no better than to have a mentor like Mr. Weaver as well too, who has served this county so graciously, always been humble and kind, and just treated everybody with a great deal of respect. And while we have friendly banter and sometimes
Everything that Tony said, I think I've worked with Mr. Weaver longer than anyone. You need me to sing, right? I was in the school system when you were on the school board. So
Yes, you're a handicap.
yes, right. Yes. So I've known you, and then I knew you when you came on the board of supervisors because you worked with my husband.
Yes.
Yeah, during those 16. Here I come, and I've been on there for 14 years. So I know you a lot, and I mean, we've had a good time, and we don't agree all the time, but we always can call each other and talk to each other, and it has been a pleasure to work with you. I remember when I became principal of Cunningham School, and I don't know if you were on the school board or you were a supervisor.
I was on the PTO.
Yeah, I wasn't with the PTO. You
Okay.
weren't on the PTO. That was never me.
Okay.
But anyway, he came to my office once to kind of welcome me to the school, and he bought me a long stem yellow rose. Do you remember that? And I'll never- yeah, so I'll be coming to visit you.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Weaver, it's been a pleasure to serve with you. I think you're a fantastic gentleman and a kind person. And it's been a pleasure to be with you on the board. We've done other things to planning commission
Oh, yes, we have.
and.
And then I've known your husband for many years.
Yes.
And I've always enjoyed your company and his, and we've been to certain meetings together in the past. And it's been an honor and a joy to have known your family.
Yeah, well, both my husband and I respect you
Yeah.
very much.
Very good.
Well, sir, I'm gonna use a word that they talked about. It's one of my favorite words, and that's integrity. They said that earlier, one of them, and I don't remember who it was that said that. But I want to thank you for being an example of a Christian gentleman, doing everything that you've done with the board, and for being what I consider a mentor for me. The way you are diligent, you dig through everything. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody ask more questions about 50 cents on a bill.
Yeah, that's me.
But, you know, I laugh and I joke and kid with you about that, but it's one of the things that I truly look forward to at times, and I'm going to miss. So Chris, you got big shoes still, sir. If you don't come up with a 50-cent question at least once your first meeting, yeah. So I've started every meeting when we first started coming up and saying thank you, and I want to say it again, sir. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Dan, I'd like to say anything?
I don't think we were really prepared.
Okay.
Very proud of our father, and it's great to be here in the school that I graduated from and see it's still here.
And we're very thankful for him as well and his years of service.
They're all graduates. here in Fluvanna County.
And what a better way to celebrate you than in this building.
That's right, you've been here, they've done that,
Yeah.
so they're natives.
And we need to, they made it one too.
Yeah, you guys want to come up? Yeah. come up. I did the picture, okay, I'm sorry, if you want to share, but this is a great photographer, if you want to get him on your front,
Go to the flag.
Oh, got the flags in the background. Yeah, y'all come on over here.
That's true.
Eric, I'll get the back. Eric,
Yeah,
I'm not worried, I'll get the back. Yeah. Are you okay?
No,
I'm good. I'm good.
That's not quite. A lot of broken families.
Apologize.
All of that.
That's all. Everything.
That's it.
Hey, seriously. That's a check mark I didn't want to make. I didn't think I'd make this check mark before I got on board. Mr. Dahl, follow that.
Mr. Chair, I got a few things just to report on the county administrator's report this evening. So one, I'd like to welcome a few new staff members that have joined the county here recently. We have a couple new communications officers. Alicia Herzog started in E911 December 6th. Also April Badgett, also in E911 April 6th. We also have Joshua Beasley, also started in E911 on this, I'm sorry, did I say April 6th before? I meant to say December 6th. And
That's okay. I'm John W. Sheridan.
and then Seth Cavness started as deputy sheriff on December 6th as well. So coming up here this weekend, December 16th through the 19th, between 5 and 9 p.m., we will have the Fluvanna County Parks and Rec presents the Community of Light celebration at Pleasant Grove Park. So fitting that we just talked about what Mr. Weaver and his part in Pleasant Grove Park, and another great thing that we do there. Santa will be there December 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. It's free and open to the public. And you can certainly contact the Parks and Rec department at 434-589-2016. I think right now, Mr. Spitzer told me that I think there's about 15 or 16 light displays kind of surrounding the park. So I think we're going to have a really great kind of drive-through circle to see the lights this year. And like I said, we kind of built on it a little bit quickly last year from COVID, and this will just kind of be an expansion of that. This past week, the governor Northam, and through CVEC, Dominion, and many partners announced the $79 million broadband VATI grant. This grant is going to be a huge benefit for the Central Virginia area. Funding will support 288 million worth of projects. It will provide gigabit speed broadband to 36,000 unserved homes and businesses in 13 counties. Really more specifically, talking about Fluvanna County, for the county, this grant will cover 802 homes and businesses that are currently unserved. It's going to build 63 miles of fiber, which is basically kind of covering kind of the last bit of the primarily the southeastern part of the county, and then some other areas along the eastern edge of Fluvanna County. For the county, this is a $5.1 million project. The VATI grant covers $1.79 million, and the county had kind of committed $600,000 from ARPA funds as the match to that. So, we should have 100% coverage in here for broadband by probably 2024. And which is far, far ahead what we ever thought it was going to be. So that's a great thing. And then besides that, some of our next upcoming meetings, January 5th, we will have a 5 p.m. organizational regular meeting. And then on January 5th, also, we will have a 7 p.m. Budget work session for nonprofit presentations. January 19th, again, we will have a 5 p.m. work session for nonprofit presentations. Then also on the 19th, we will have a 7 p.m. regular meeting, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the board has.
Any questions?
No questions, but I do have to, I want to make a statement. At our last meeting on December the 1st, in your talk to us, Eric, you told us about an activity that was going on at Columbia Church.
I mentioned it.
And you mentioned it. And I heard Mr. Sheridan say something about he needed Santa Claus suit. So I decided I better go to Columbia this Saturday and see what's going on. Well, the Sisters of Divine Blessings met at Columbia Church from 12 to 1 o'clock. And they gave gifts to all senior citizens that they could think of.
And children.
And then they gave gifts to children. They also fed people. And we had, Mr. Sheridan was the Santa Claus. And they just drove through, and it was a very beautiful community event. And I think we also had Happy Face. It was very successful this year as well. So the holiday spirit is definitely here and in the community working together to make it happy for all the people here in Fluvanna County. And I would like to commend them for that.
It was a great example of what community ought to be. Nobody worried about what you were driving or anything else. It's just, and they did 3 catfish dinners. So we'll have to keep our eyes out, folks, for that. They did 3 catfish dinners to raise the money to buy all these gifts, to make sure everybody around there was going to have some type of Christmas. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl. With that, I will now open the first round of public comments. Anyone wishing to address the board, I ask that you keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and directed to the board. Also state your name and address. First up on my list, and please forgive me if I mess anybody's name up, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be a certain. Marie Deverneal.
Hello, my name is Marie Devernay, and I live at 1118 Mountain Road in Palmyra. And I just want to reiterate my support on the district team for map 5.2. I believe that the 5 supervisors is a good balance in terms of representation, about 5,000 persons per supervisor. I also think that it's going to be saving us money. And that it has been working very well for us. We are very happy with the number of supervisors we have, and I would like to see it continue. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Next up, Ms. Kathy Swenson Miller.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Weaver, for all your service, and especially your critical eye to thousands of spreadsheets.
Thank you.
Watching the use of tax dollars. I have respect for each of you who give so much to public service. We've been fortunate to date to have a moderate board of supervisors who have managed to listen to each other, to work through differences of opinion and compromise. Many people at the December 1st public hearing expressed thanks to you for working well together and listening to each other and listening to the public. Regarding redistricting, I'm one of the people who supports 5 districts, And the only almost single statement that I've heard from Ms. Eager and Mr. Weaver is that 6 districts would enable better representation, but without any further explanation about what you mean. So I'm guessing that means you would be representing fewer people than previously. With map 5.2, each board of supervisor would represent between 5,000 and 5,500 citizens. With map 6, each board of supervisor would represent between 4,200 and 4,500 people. I looked at how many people are currently represented by their board members in surrounding counties. The Albemarle Board of Supervisors each represent between 17,000 to 21,000 citizens. In Louisa County, the Green Springs Board of Supervisors represents 75,000 or 7,500 citizens. I have a daughter who lives in Springfield in Fairfax County, and oh my goodness, their Board of Supervisors represents 121,000 citizens. So I can't logically see how you can justify an additional 70,000 plus or minus 20,000 to increase the costs for an additional board of supervisor, school board member, etc., given the relatively small number of people served by each of you. I think we can find creative ways to find ways for each board of supervisors to represent their district more effectively. And possibly the Fluvanna Leadership Alumni Group, which is nonpartisan, could be part of the solution here. So let's get back to focusing on local issues. And I think 5 districts in Fluvanna works just fine to do that. Thank you.
Next up, Patricia Burkett.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Burkett. I live at 14 Wisteria Way, Palmyra. I want to make comments about the redistricting. There are 2 items I need to talk about. First of all, I am in favor of map 5.2. I think having 5 members would be very beneficial. It's going to avoid gridlock. I also think keeping the number will eliminate any possibility of undoing the people we have recently elected that has potential for changing if the districts are changed. The second thing that concerns me about the redistricting issue is the way it was handled previously. Redistricting is a very, very important issue. Everything builds on that, on our districts. And I think it is paramount that we have transparency and that we have input from all the citizens in Fluvanna County. I don't know that that was necessarily the situation earlier. So I would strongly encourage you that in any subsequent actions, transparency and citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mr. Ben Hudson.
Board members, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board this evening.
Name and address, please.
Ben Hudson, 274 Lexi Lane, and I'm an employee here in the county, and also I'm the president of the Fluvanna County NAACP. And tonight I'm going to address you with respect to the redistricting matter. The letter that I'm going to read is a letter that was previously submitted. Members of the Fluvanna County Branch NAACP again urge members of the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors to vote to adopt an ordinance that authorizes 5 voting districts using scenario 2. We remain concerned over what appears to be an effort to limit citizen input and overlook. Regrettably, there were no citizen involvement in the redistricting committee. Furthermore, your decision to select and propose a plan for establishing a 6th district before the scheduled public hearing and with no input from the community solidifies the perception that the views of taxpayers hold little sway in decisions made by our elected officials. As you know, the expressed views of the community reflects an overwhelming preference for adopting an ordinance that provides for 5 districts using scenario 2. For the best interest of Fluvanna County, our members urge you to maintain 5 voting districts using scenario 2. This scenario provides the most effective, efficient, and equitable government for demographics of the community. Redistricting decisions are driven by population data. Fluvanna did not see the population change sufficient enough to warrant an additional cost to taxpayers that has been estimated at $70,000 per year per additional district. Furthermore, as asserted by Mr. Frank Payne, Fluvanna County attorney, 5 district scenario is not only easier and less costly to administer, but this scenario is also less likely to face legal challenges. We again call on you to consider Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act. As you know, the practice of drawing maps that unfairly dilute the voting strength of protected classes is illegal. Where there may be no intent to discriminate on the basis of race in determining the best scenario for the community, we ask that the board members consider the practical implications and potential for discriminatory effects of increasing the number of voting districts of a protected class of voters. Thus, we call on the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance that establishes 5 voting districts using map 2. We thank you for respectfully submitted by the Fluvanna County NAACP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Rudy Garcia.
Rudy Garcia, 802 Benwood Drive. First off, Mr. Weaver, it has been a pleasure working with you these last 10 years. Everything that they said up here about you is so true. You're a man of principle, you're a man of reason, and I learned a lot from working with you in my various positions here in the county. And I just want to wish you great favor on retirement. It has been well earned.
Thank you.
Getting to the question of redistricting. I was thinking about it today, and it was just amazing to me that this is the 23rd census since our country was formed. And it seems like every 10 years we have this confusion about what we're supposed to do after the census. Redistricting should occur when populations change in such a manner that you have to rebalance the population within the jurisdiction. In our case, that population changed specifically to the detriment of Mr. Sheridan in Columbia when the General Assembly saw fit to take the 1,100 prisoners out of his count. That caused some concern, and it caused a need to redraw the boundaries of the district lines. It did not, however, offer a compelling reason to change the number of districts from 5 to 6 or to 7. Bothering me the most about this entire affair is the inability to understand the reasoning behind even offering up 6 or 7 districts when there was no compelling reason to do so. As Mr. Swenson Miller pointed out, we still haven't really heard what the compelling reason is. And I think as citizens, we're entitled to understand your thought process and entitled to understand why you feel that moving from the current situation is necessitated. It has really been it's been a time filled with angst. We have different parts of our community who feel as if they are going to have less of a voice. We feel in the community that there may be some nefarious attempt to change the status quo in the county. Whether there is or isn't is irrelevant, but those are the conversations that are going on. Had the board adopted Ms. Booker's proposal to have public input before choosing which map, I think we could have alleviated all this and had a much more transparent conversation about the redistricting process and why it was so important to move from 5 to any other number, when in reality, very little changed in the county in the way of population. The only change that we significantly had was brought about by the General Assembly, removing those prisoners from our head count. So I would just ask you to consider what voters of this county have asked you to do, and that's to consider staying with the status quo. Thank you very much for your time. And again, Mr. Weaver, congratulations.
Thank you again. Oh, I'm sorry. We gotta get a second page back there. Thank you, sir. Next up, Mr. Joseph Creasy.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm from 38 Jennings Drive in Palmyra. You've heard from the citizens and voters of Fluvanna County on the issue of redistricting from both individuals and groups. Tonight I address you as an individual citizen and voter, and I've addressed you before on the issue. I am the vice president of the local Fluvanna County NAACP branch, and I think it's essential that in this discourse that everyone understands that you are elected to represent the voters and citizens of this county. By an overwhelming majority consensus, members of the community have asked that you not add any more voting districts, prevent unnecessary gridlock and potential lawsuits, and commit to representing the voters. I believe that you are also aware that questions have been raised in this process as to whether or not there was sufficiently constituted citizen representation on the committee in accordance with the law. Intentionally or not, a vote to expand the number of voting districts could very well expand a view of the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors to the extent that they're not interested in the views of its voters and is not committed to serving the citizens of the county. Let me restate that. Intentionally or not, a vote to expand the number of voting districts could very well expand a view of the county that the Board of Supervisors is not interested in the views of its voters and not committed to serving the citizens of the county. I say that to emphasize that that view might be what is presented to the public. Not saying that it's true, but it's important. Let me conclude with this. I spent 28 years of honorable service to this country, as did many other patriots. I believe I know a little something about giving orders and taking orders. Taking orders effectively mean you responsibly receive them, understand them, and execute them. I believe that the Fluvanna County citizens, by majority consensus, have clearly ordered that the Board of Supervisors stick to 5 districts and scenario 2. Respectfully, those are your marching orders. And let's all please stay in step. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. I believe I thanked you last time too. Next up, Kelly O'Connor.
Kelly O'Connor, 594 Jefferson Drive. I'm here this evening to speak on the redistricting proposals. My husband and I have lived in the Fluvanna district for over 14 years. We would be directly impacted by 3 of the 5 proposed options and would be in a new district if the change were to 6 or 7. The board has indicated it is in favor of 6 districts despite overwhelming majority of comments from citizens who are in favor, who are not in favor of it and would rather see 5 or 7 districts. I can understand why this board would be in favor of 6 districts. District 9 makes no sense to have an even number of districts. This has been said many times before, but is a recipe for gridlock and division. My 17-year-old son and I have had discussions about this. Upon hearing that 6 district was being proposed, he flat out said, "That makes no sense. You not only have tax-paying citizens watching your decision, but also voters, to-be voters watching too." Clearly, his AP government class with Mr. Mitchell Pace has been making a good impact on him and other students. I reviewed the maps and I'm in favor of the 7 district scenario 1 map. This map allows the lake residents, of which I am one, to overlap with areas outside of the lake community, instead of isolating the majority of the lake residents and creating a divide between the lake and the county. It also appears to spread the total population fairly evenly, which I think is important. I understand that there are pros and cons to going to option 7. One of the cons is that it costs more money. And I think the expense is worth the cost, especially as we have seen growth and that there's maybe more time, which would justify going to 7. More importantly, with 7, that is an odd number, which would avoid tie votes. This is extremely important in the end, would avoid potential gridlock and decisions over the next 10 years. Please think long and hard about this decision. It has impacts in the county for years to come. Thank you for your opportunity to speak and your time serving the county.
Thank you. Oh, shucks, I changed pages. I'm sorry. Next up is Valerie Powell Mountain.
Thank you. Valerie Powell Mountain, 17 Fluker Drive, Palmyra. We all know that adding additional districts will cost the taxpayers, all of us have been speaking, more money. It's going to cost us more money, both outright direct costs as well as hidden costs, indirect costs, such as staff time in supporting additional districts, additional recruiting that's going to be needed to recruit additional poll workers, and then, of course, the training that's going to be needed, the training materials in order to train those additional workers. The estimated amount that I've heard tonight is between $70,000 and $100,000. Over the course of 10 years, that would amount to $700,000 up to $1 million. If we have this kind of money that the board would like to spend, instead of spending it on expanding government, why don't we spend it on our future? Why don't we spend it on our children? Why don't we give it to our schools to make our schools better? Why don't we use this money to upgrade our school buses so that they are safer for our children and more reliable and not breaking down? Why don't we spend it on early childhood programs, which are desperately needed in this county? The last thing we need in Fluvanna is big government. Please vote to keep 5 districts. We've heard the voice of the people. It's overwhelming support for 5 districts. Please vote for 5.2. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Deidre Creasy.
Good evening. My name is Deidre Creasy Kirandungo, and I reside at 727 Cunningham Road. I'm here on behalf of the Fluvanna Leaders for Race and Diversity, in which I am the vice president. We do not agree with the proposed 6 district or 7 district plan for Fluvanna County. We believe the 5-2 scenario plan is a better choice for the county, which will serve all people of Fluvanna. Having more than 5 districts will put the county in a situation where it could potentially weaken the minority vote if issues arise within the districts. We need to ensure equity, diversity, and inclusion among all boards to make Fluvanna County a better place to live in for us all. In addition, practices that knowingly and purposely exclude minorities are illegal. The Fluvanna Leaders for Race and Diversity are opposed to disregarding our voters by potentially creating a situation where newly elected school board member, Ms. Murray Key, will be potentially redistricted and lose her seat, which eliminates diversity on the school board. Additionally, is Fluvanna County equipped to carry more financial burden without greatly impacting taxpayers in the form of additional board members for all boards, costs associated with polling stations, and other administrative costs? I encourage each of you to respect the decisions of the voters in the county and select the 5-2 scenario plan. In order for Fluvanna to continue to progress, we must ensure practices are equitable, diversified, and inclusive for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is James Schoenster.
My name is James Schoenster. I'm from 843 Jefferson Drive. And first of all, thank you each member of the Board of Supervisors for your service. I forgot to say so at the public hearing, and as soon as I sat down, I felt bad about it because my mom raised me better. So I hope you'll forgive me.
No worries.
On December 1st, the public was asked for its opinion on redistricting. They gave it, and with little deviation was a call for map 5-2. In fairness, some support for 6 has been heard, but the reason given, more or better representation, has not been expanded on. I'm left to guess this refers to a per capita measure, the conclusion I came to independent of other speakers today. And if so, perhaps we should tell the people in Fairfax that instead of 10 members, they should go to 230. I don't think that makes sense, neither in Fairfax or Fluvanna. Instead, we should apply common sense. 5-2 is cheaper, easier, consistent, and supported by our constituents. Common sense. please vote for 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Please come approach the mic.
Jessica Jackson, 41 Allen Lane. I hope tonight that you all will vote for redistricting map 5-2, the map that the community has overwhelmingly told you that we prefer. At the meeting on December 1st, Chris Fairchild implied that those of us who spoke in favor of maps 5-1 and 5-2 were asking you to commit illegal gerrymandering. That is just not true by any stretch of the imagination. It is not appropriate to twist the words of citizens to imply that we are asking you to do something illegal. Fairchild stated, as for race, to consider the race of a politician and where you draw the lines is gerrymandering. If you choose map 5 because of race, that is illegal. None of us asked you to choose map 5 in order to pick a map based on race. That was untrue. Citizens asked why you proposed map 6, which could move newly elected school board member Key out of her district, and it also could move the present seated school board member James Kelly out of his district. No one requested map 5 based on race. That is inaccurate and a false conclusion. The reason that so many of us want map 5 is because it is one of map 5 and 5-2 are the only proposed maps that ensure that no elected official will lose their elected position, including Fairchild. I and others are against map 6 because it might nullify some of the November 2021 local election results. I do not want you to choose map 6 because you will be choosing to disrespect our legal votes and perhaps nullify some of them. As for gerrymandering, proposed map 6 seems to be the real attempt at illegal gerrymandering. Although we do not know exactly what will happen when the redistricting map is sent to Richmond for approval, we do know that map 6 could allow you to push 2 school board members out of their districts and give 2 other school board members the ability to pick 2 replacements, probably Republicans. To me, this seems like the real attempted gerrymandering. According to the Virginia redistricting guidelines, it states political neutrality, and the Virginia Code says a map of districts should not, when considered on a statewide basis, unduly favor or disfavor any political party. Maps should not favor or disfavor any political party. Why didn't Fairchild address the concern that were raised by some citizens that redistricting map 6 might create a majority for one political party on the school board? It is incorrect for Fairchild to imply that those of us who want our votes respected are requesting gerrymandering. The request for map 5 is because we want our votes respected and not nullified to satisfy a personal agenda or political party agenda. We do not want Republican gerrymandering or any political party gerrymandering. And also, none of us is scared of change, as some may have suggested. What we do not want is change in order to favor one political party, cloaked in a lie that some of us just don't want change. Those who want map 5-2 are not the minority, but the majority. You heard 35 comments at December 1st meeting. 32 were in favor of map 2. You received 113 emails. 90 were in favor of map 2, and only 1 was in favor of map 6. As elected officials, please put aside your personal agendas and political agendas and adopt map 5-2 as the majority of the community has requested. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else? And you folks that are online, I will get to y'all. I'm gonna get the ones here in the room first. I'm waiting for the gentleman to make it to the microphone. I just want to make sure I told y'all that.
Good evening. Please bear with me. I had oral surgery just before I came here.
Holy cow.
First of all, it's an honor to speak with the board here, and especially Mr. Weaver.
Name and address.
I'm sorry, my name is Paul Bethke, Colonel retired, 38 years of service, both in uniform and out. Appreciate your service.
Thank you.
For our community. Please bear with me as I read this, so I can finish within 5 minutes. I've considered both sides of the redistricting issue, those wishing to maintain the status quo at 5 districts, and those in favor of increasing the number to 6 or 7. To call it a debate would be a misnomer. There really has been no true debate. There are clearly agendas that go well beyond the increased monetary cost of additional members and the concerns over 3-3 ties in votes. While I have seen no pros versus cons, no cost benefit analyses of maintaining 5 versus adding 1 to 2 positions on the boards if the number of districts are increased, my experience has been that added payroll costs would not be that high and that the benefits achieved through increased representation would far outweigh the costs. Common sense shows that increasing the number of seats would get more minds working the issues to identify better and cheaper solutions. It also improved the board member to constituent ratio, thereby increasing the quality of personal representation. In short, residents will have better communications with their more local board member. I take the gentle lady at her words, 1 to 4,000 number versus 1 to 5,000, 20% improvement. So I would take that, but I would certainly not use Charlottesville as an example of what to do as being a success. The argument with 6 members, there will be a possibility, in quotes, or even a likelihood, in quotes, of 3-3 ties on votes is a weak one. I understand that years ago there were 6 districts in Fluvanna, and the number of votes were negligible. The number of tie votes were negligible. And the few ties that did occur resulted in increased debates on matters that ultimately led to collaboration, compromise, and better outcomes in the end. Or in the end, this benefited the county and its residents. Needing 4-2 vote to pass an action rather than a 3-2 vote helps reduce the chances of one political party rule on matters that could have a lasting adverse impact on the residents of the county. I trust the elected members of the Board of Supervisors will not be easily influenced by any coordinated minority group, no matter how vocal they are at board meetings, and no matter how many skillfully crafted letters, articles they write. The December 9 through 15 issue of the Fluvanna Review did what many would consider a slanted, unfair job of reporting on this highly sensitive issue. The front page had in bold type, many residents call for 5 districts. See page 6. More fairly, it should have read, disagreement on the issue of redistricting continues. The opening sentence of the Fluvanna Review article reads, if the Board of Supervisors had any doubt where the public stood on redistricting, the special public hearing on Wednesday, December 1st, made it clear. The majority of residents commenting want to stay at 5 districts. Seriously, one group speaks for the county. It should be noted that in the same paper, all 4 of the letters to the editor, clearly a majority, 4 out of 4, were in favor of either changing from 5 districts to 6 or 7, or at least doing a proper analysis of the pros and cons before reaching a decision. No mention of this was in the article. Again, a group of vocal residents, even if in the majority of those presenting, clearly does not represent the position of a majority of the residents in this county. I trust the Board of Supervisors understands this, knows what their constituents want, and will do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to speak?
Chris Fairchild, 5470 Thomas Jefferson Parkway, Palmyra. I'm hearing numbers. I am in favor of going up from 5. I'm hearing numbers that say that it's not supported for us to do so. And when I hear compared to communities with 120,000 people, so are we saying we should wait until we have 120,000 people to increase? And when we talk about the cost, why not go to 3? We can save $150,000 to $200,000 if you go down. And we've gone down once 10 years ago, we went from 6 to 5. So why is there not a precedence to do so now? And the last thing I hear in the numbers is I keep hearing that we've had insignificant change. There's been so little change. We have went from the time we went to 6 20 years ago. From that point, again, in the 10 years that followed, we grew by about 28%. In the last 10 years, we've grown by 6%. That's 34%. So that means that Fluvanna has grown 1/3 since the first Fluvanna County Board voted to go to 6 seats. So we have stepped back in representation, we've taken representation away, but we've grown by 1/3 since then. And I just think that's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room?
Eric Anderson, 15 Fleetwood Drive. I'm here to speak in favor of 5-2. It is the simplest thing. It maintains our existing set of precincts. It's familiar to the voters. It's the lowest cost solution. It involves only minor tweaks. Even the 6 map, half of the village of Palmyra is not in the district you're calling Palmyra. And then the 7 map sits completely out of most of the named districts. Let's keep it simple. Let's have people know where they vote, know where they live, spend the least money. Yes, we do have a few more people per supervisor than we did 10, 20 years ago. We still have half as many people per supervisor as neighboring counties, or 1/3 as many as Albemarle. I think you guys are up to the job. You can handle representing 5,000 people as easily as 4,000. And let's keep it cheap. Let's keep it simple. Let's move forward with the map that is as close to our current familiar map as we can. I'm in favor of 5-2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will now ask if there's anybody online, if you would raise your hand. Ms. Harris?
Miss Carey's actually.
Ms. Carey, I think you're up first, ma'am. Ms. Barbara Carey?
Barbara Carey,
You're breaking up.
New Fork Church Delay.
May be helpful.
Can you hear?
Hang on for a second. Hang on for a second, Ms.
Since I'm
Carey.
breaking up 5-2.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carey. They were trying to tell me what.
I was gonna say if she could try and cut the video, maybe that would increase.
Ms. Carey, they were saying that if you would cut video, maybe that would help with clarity. Can you try it now?
She has poor connections.
Firefly is on the way, Ms. Carey. What was that, Ms.
Thank
Carey?
you. I'll be so happy. I said I
You're
would
still
be
breaking
so
up.
happy. Be happy.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, be happy. Ms.
All
Carey,
right,
you.
5-2.
5-2. You would have laughed today, Miss Carey, because I was late getting over here because they were literally laying the cable in my driveway. I almost decapitated myself when I drove in the driveway. And coming out, I saw the cable about 6 feet off the ground and had to yell at them, please put it down. I got a board meeting. I'm sorry. I couldn't help that.
Wait, are you the first supervisor to get it?
No, I'm the one that's got, no, remember, I'm the one that's got to throw the party because I'm the last.
No, I'm last.
Oh, you haven't gotten it hung?
No,
I haven't
you
got
shouldn't
it.
have got it.
Well, I haven't got it. I haven't got a cable yet. They're just putting it, I can see it.
Okay.
And it's about as far as from here to that light. I'm sorry, folks. Is it, who else would like to speak? Angela Chainer.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Angela Chainer, 604 Troy Heights Lane, Troy, Virginia. I had a ton of notes written up, but I just want to say that I listened closely to Miss Jessica Jackson and all of the comments that she made. I'm simply going to say I second and completely agree with everything that she brought forward. I thought she was very clear and very upfront. For clarity, I would like to ask the board, either in this meeting to confirm for me and for many other of the citizens, sort of the practical things that will happen if you move forward with option 6, map 6. And the key question is, who will appoint the additional Board of Supervisors and school board members that would be created? Would they be appointed? And if so, who would make those appointments? Also, would the recently elected members be seated or would be unseated? And if they are, is that an appointment situation or something that would go back to the voters? So as you can tell at this point, I'm going to lodge an objection if you choose to move forward with redistricting map number 6, and just encourage everyone currently sitting on the board tonight that the future of the way politics happens here in the county, I think would be a lot more equitable and continue down a road for good fellowship and good governance if you move forward with option 5-2. And thank you so much for taking time to listen and including those of us over Zoom that can't be there in person tonight.
Yes, ma'am. It's nice to have people back in person. We've done Zoom for so long. It's just nice to see faces and be able to put names and faces together.
I completely agree. My husband spiked a little fever yesterday, so we didn't want to get out in public until he starts feeling better. So we really appreciate this accommodation.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope he feels better. Next up, Mrs. Harris.
No one has come off of mute.
If there's anybody that would like to speak, please come off of mute. If no one unmutes, I will close. Anybody unmuted, Ms. Harris? Okay, seeing nobody unmuting, I will now close the first round of public comment. All righty, next up is a public hearing. Ordinance change concerning the central absentee precinct location. Have we got Ms. Pace or Ms. Hobbs here?
Yeah, Ms. Pace.
Ms. Pace is back here.
Yeah, Ms. Pace is.
I really got to get a new pair of glasses. I got a pair, my wife's ready to kill me. A week into having them, I laid them down to play basketball with the kids, and that's the last time I saw them. Oh, yes, ma'am, I will check it. I apologize.
Good evening, everyone. The registrar's office was located across the street from the historic courthouse where the central absentee precinct is. Of course, you know that we've been relocated to Turkey Sack Trail. And with that, it causes a hardship with having to transport equipment, voting ballots and other paraphernalia back and forth to the registrar's office and to the CAP on election day. So we're asking that the CAP registrar's office, so it's easily accessible. It's a 14-mile round trip from the Turkey Sack office to the central absentee precinct in the Main Street corridor. And so we make several trips a day on election day. And so that's not cost efficient for us to do that. It takes a lot more manpower because we're having to transport that equipment to the CAP and then bringing it back on election night. All of the things that we take there on election come back to the registrar's office that night. So it does not lend itself to a timely response if there's an issue, because across the street, when we were located across the street, we could just walk across and take care of any issues that occur time. So it's not lending itself to the whole election day process. So we're asking that the voting, that we allow, it allows the voting equipment to stay in the office right there with us. At the end of the night, we just do what we do with all the other precincts and not have to transport that equipment back and forth. So having the cap in the registrar's office would improve the overall efficiency of the process on election day.
And Mr. Chair, just as a kind of update, when we move the cap, we have to do it by ordinance. It addresses it in our ordinance. So, we are doing this, we authorized for the public hearing tonight, and then tonight is the public hearing for the public to make comment on this. And then once the public hearing is over, if the board so chooses to approve this, then that would make that change effective back to June 1st.
All right, are there any questions? No questions? Okay, hearing none, we will now open the public hearing. Please keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Is there anyone wish to speak at this time? No one in the building, so is there anyone online that's unmuting, Ms. Harris?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. All righty, with no one else wishing to speak, we're closing the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Eager, go ahead.
I move Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2-3B of the Fluvanna County Code is designate as the central absentee precinct the office of the registrar, Elmira, Virginia, in place of the historic courthouse.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Mrs. Eager, seconded by Mrs. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up is presentations. Vehicle equipment lease purchase financing. Mr. Dahl.
So, Mr. Chairman of the board, I got also on the Zoom meeting, we got Sean Eichert. He's our financial advisor for Raymond James. So I'll kind of go through a few things really quick here. So one, in the FY22 budget, the board authorized issuing debt service for CIP projects. Again, the what you show on the list here is kind of the all-encompassing list of projects, which was Pleasant Grove athletic field lighting, a multitude of fire and rescue equipment, public works equipment, sheriff's vehicles, county vehicles, and such, totaling $5.2 million. We had budgeted for that amount in the fiscal year 22 budget, and the amount we had budgeted rates, conservative rates in the range of 2.6%. We had since the RFP closed on December 8th, and we received 11 total responses, with one of the responses being disqualified. But the rates and the names of those banks and the rates are listed below. And you can see we got very competitive rates on all these projects. And they're somewhat listed in order by recommendation with a few caveats. So one, if you're looking at something from strictly just the lowest interest rate possible, JP Morgan under 1A has issued a rate of 1.37%, which is pretty good for this. The next lowest rate was TD Bank at 1.44%, and then you see under 1B JP Morgan again also issued a rate at 1.47%, and I'll tell you the major difference. Really, if you're looking at this from either way, JP Morgan is really the lowest proposal from a couple different ways. So 1A, JP Morgan has a prepayment penalty or a call provision. So which means that if the county wanted to prepay this or pay it off early within that 10-year period, there would be some type of penalty to do so. But if the board's like, we're gonna seek it out through the 10 years, well, the 1.37% is the lowest rate. And there's been very few circumstances, and a lot of times when debt's issued, there's usually some type of prepayment penalty within a certain period of time.
Don't we have any idea what that might be?
Yeah, and Sean, you wanna, could you chime in, please? Sean Eichert?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the prepayment penalty that JP Morgan proposed in association with the 1.37% rate is based on the market conditions at the time the prepayment would be made. So it is tough to know with certainty what that prepayment penalty would be, but it would only apply if interest rates were substantially lower than the 1.37% that they are offering. So we'd have to be in a lower interest rate environment than we are today. And the calculation would be based upon the length of time left to repay on the loan and just how low those interest rates were. So in an extreme scenario where interest rates fell to zero very shortly after you took this loan out and you wanted to prepay it, the prepayment penalty could be several $100,000. But that's a scenario where it's pretty remote likelihood that would ever apply. This is an extremely attractive interest rate that they've offered here, and so it would be unlikely that it would ever be economical to refinance it, given the costs associated with putting a new loan in place. And certainly, as time passes, the potential amount of that prepayment penalty declines.
And so if you're looking at, so proposal 1A and 2 are basically the same proposals. They both have some type of call provision, prepayment penalty if we want to pay it off early. So if you're looking at from a straight, if you want to have a prepayment penalty on the loan, JP Morgan is the lowest interest rate at the 1.37%. Now, if the board said, well, maybe in 2 years from now, we think interest rates are going to be lower, or we get a big windfall of cash or something, and for some reason we want to pay it off early. Well, under 1B, after 1 year, we could pay off that loan at a par rate, basically, with no prepayment penalty, but we would have to hold that out for 1 year. Again, the rate's, 10 basis points higher than 1A. So that would provide the board some flexibility. I could say since we've issued debt, there's been very few occasions that we have paid off any existing debt early. I think there are a couple circumstances where, from a budgetary standpoint, we had a couple outliers that were getting ready to be paid off within a year or two left, and we paid it off from kind of just leveling out the budget amount. But those were because the interest rates were probably in the, I think, around the 4.5% range, when current rates were right around 2.5%. So, it kind of made somewhat sense to do that. But, however the board wants to go, I think experiencing or seeing interest rates lower than these are few and far between. But it really boils down to, does the board want to just say, look, we're going to get in this loan and we're just going to pay it out for the 10 years. We don't have any interest in doing any type of prepay or refinance or anything like that, or do we want some flexibility within some period of time? And Mr. Eichert, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you've described it well. It's really just a question of whether you're paying a little bit more for that higher interest rate in order to have that prepayment flexibility is something that the county would value. Again, we would not, given how attractive these rates are, and it's a testament to the strength that all of these banks perceive in the county's credit quality, that we had a large number of banks willing to provide very low cost financing here. And so we think it would be challenging in the future to obtain a rate significantly lower than what's offered here, such that a refinancing would be likely. But it is nice to have that option available to us if we'd like to pay a slightly higher rate in exchange for the prepayment flexibility.
And if the board's looking for more detail, I've got a more detailed sheet that shows kind of what the debt service looks like over the years. And really, I think, let me just go to it really quick, just to kind of give the board.
Please, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
See what that might be.
So really, so column B, so we're talking about column B is 1A, column C is 2, and column D is 1B. In the grand scheme of things, this is just my recommendation. Really, 1A or 1B, whatever scenario you want to go with, are going to be the lowest cost options. So under 1A, again, I'm sorry, this thing's moving around. Again, under 1A, if you want to have some type of prepayment penalty in place, and most likely we just pay the debt out normally and we don't pay it off early.
It's only been a couple times we paid something.
Correct. I mean, so really what you really need to look at total debt service right here. So under 1A, the total debt service over the life of that loan would be 5.6 million, 5,603,000. If you're talking about you want to have the flexibility to potentially pay it off in 1 year, over the life of that loan, you'd pay 5,631,000. So roughly about $28,000 more if you want the flexibility over the life of the loan. So tonight, there's no formal action, but what we need the board to do is, one, we really need to get financing in place because equipment prices are going up. You remember the fire and rescue came back to us and requested additional funds. And I know there's a lot of commitments and price increases coming in the near future. So we want the board to say, go with option this or option this. And once we do that, then we start moving forward with Sean and our bond counsel to start working with whatever bank we're choosing and whatever option we're going forward with. And then we would have some type of formal action approving the debt issuance, probably the second meeting in January. There would be the formal proposals and then probably closing on it, sometime in the not, near future after that. And Sean, you want to add anything to that as far as timing goes?
No, that's correct. If we get some direction from the board here this evening, then we'll start working with the preferred bank and should be in a position to have the details of the financing, including the loan documents for the board to approve at the mid-January meeting.
Okay, any comments or? I guess these figures are pretty accurate here that we have with this 5 million too.
Yep.
You don't see some places there that we maybe won't need that, or this is tight.
No, I mean, it's pretty tight. I mean, certainly there's some things that are estimates. I'll give you an example. The Parks and Rec athletic field lighting, if let's just say bids come in slightly different, well, then maybe we have to change that, but we're going to have to stay within that amount. Vehicle prices, those are all pretty well within where they are. The biggest issue is,
Can you go back to that sheet?
Yeah.
I don't have a thing in front of me.
Yep, let me go back there.
There you go, right there.
There we go.
Yeah, that's okay, he got it.
Yeah, so this is, like I said, I don't have the individual prices, but remember, the board approved almost an additional, I remember it was 400,000 or 500,000 for all the fire and rescue apparatus. So this was originally going to be 2.9 million, and then they came back and requested some additional funding because prices were going up. So the board approved that, and we included that in there. And then those are just the list of other things. I mean, again, we're going to work within this framework, and if we can only get, for instance, the sheriff's vehicles, those prices are pretty locked in. But I guess if something would change drastically in the environment, well, maybe instead of getting 7 patrol vehicles, maybe they can only get 6 patrol vehicles. But the amount that you're approved here is the amount that we're going to go forward.
What's your time frame? You think once you get the money and you're ready to spend for these items, when do you think you might start spending some of that money for this?
I think, I would probably say in the fire and rescue apparatus, it's probably going to be a little bit of a slower time frame. I mean, one, just because fire and rescue apparatus naturally takes a while anyway. So I mean, I would say probably some of that stuff we could get sooner, maybe within 4 to 6 months, but some of the bigger pieces of equipment, I mean, that's usually a 1 year out no matter what. Oh, yes, yeah, Ms. Toller, come on up, please.
The fire and rescue equipment, when we place those orders, we actually prepay for those because we get a hefty discount when we do that. So the majority of that stuff will be paid up front. Those vehicles won't be in probably for a year and a half.
So you pay the money up front and then
we
they
pay
come
the
in a
money
year
up front,
later.
and they give us about 30,
Sure.
some of them are $30,000 to $40,000. They knock off the price for us.
Right, well, we can take that.
So we do that and we pay up front, but the vehicles won't be here for quite a while.
Mhm.
Sheriff's Department actually has a lead, and hopefully we get this financing done in order to get these vehicles that are already set aside for them before the vendor sells them to somebody else. And if that's the case, the police vehicles, sheriff's vehicles will be spending that pretty immediately as well. If not, that might be down the road because getting new vehicles right now are very difficult.
Yeah.
Same with public works vehicles. I've been looking for vehicles for months.
Same with pickup trucks.
Yeah, pickup trucks, anything. It's very difficult to get new vehicles. So it may be a while before that money is spent. Again, we would place orders, but we may not actually get those vehicles and spend that money for a while. The Parks and Rec lighting, Mr. Spitzer has already met with a company and talked to them about pricing on it. That is such a big project that's going to have to go out for an IFB, so that'll take time, but it'll be something we get started on pretty quickly. So that will be within the first couple of months.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Yeah, and again, we wanted to move forward with this because we knew interest rates were extremely low, and you can see by the proposals that we got some fantastic rates on what we're looking for, and we're able to get caught up with some things.
Goes back to Mr. O'Brien's thing, it's almost getting.
It's better than free because inflation is higher than 1.37%. It's probably closer to about 3%. So
I like that. Better than free.
Yeah, it's better than free. It is.
He just wanted to make your day for that.
I just can't imagine why we would pay that off in advance. So I have no problems with option 1A.
Should we get a little bit more?
Miss Eager?
How often have we paid something off early?
I remember the 2 or 3 things where we just did that so we could free up money.
We just did it because interest, again, we had some higher interest rate pieces of debt out there. I think it was a couple school projects, and
they were small things.
They were small. I mean, we maybe paid $300,000 or $400,000 off. It was just kind of the level, the budget 1 year to get rid of some debt. Yeah, to get rid of some debt service.
Well, we got new debt at a better interest rate.
Yeah, I mean, literally all the debt that we've taken out over the years. I mean, all the Moody's Standards and Poor's, we still are very highly ranked even with the debt that we have out there, and everything that we have, we have a lot of really low interest rate debt that's out there.
JP Morgan is a good bank.
Oh, yeah.
Strong bank.
Yeah, and like I said, those rates are very competitive. And so to answer your question, I wouldn't see any reason at 1.3% why we would want to pay it off.
That's right. I agree with you.
So my recommendation is 1A.
Everybody, we have head nod. We don't need to take vote. We're just head nodding, correct?
head
Well, you
nod.
got head nod from 5 folks.
Yep, and then what we'll do, I'll work with Mr. Eichert and then our bond counsel to start moving forward. They'll give notification to JP Morgan that we want to move forward with 1A. And then coming back to the board in January, you'll get more formal action to get that. And then, kind of with this action tonight, a lot of the other folks and, sheriff's office, fire and rescue, then kind of could then start moving forward with some letters of intent and commitment and stuff like that, because we're moving forward with this thing. I mean, again, it's not done until you officially prove everything, but
Move on.
Yeah, it would be hard pressed not to move on with this.
All righty. Next is C FY 21 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, Mr. Dodd.
Yep, and let's see here. So I'm going to try and go through some of these slides. Some of them, I don't want to get too much in the weeds on numbers because I don't want anyone to fall asleep.
Oh, man, Mr. Nichols left. I can't believe he left before this. He would be so excited.
We also have David Foley, our auditor with Robinson Carter Cox and Associates, and he'll come up and give the auditor's opinion at the end. So just a quick summary here, and let me kind of hide this here so you can kind of see numbers. So again, our for total expenditures, our FY 21 adopted budget was, roughly under 79.8 million. The schools generally make up 50, over 50% of that, 53%, and the county is roughly about 42% with some small percentages elsewhere. That's for expenditures. This is from just the adopted budget. Again, on revenues that were budgeted, our state revenue makes up about 38%, local revenue makes up about 55%, and federal and other make up, something.
Were any of the funds for the rescue plan part of that number there?
No, when we originally budgeted this is just what the board adopted. And so you'll see when we get into some later slides, you'll see how some of the revenue figures from CARES Act kind of reflects in there. And you'll see we've got a pretty favorable fund balance increase this year because of that. So again, this is just kind of looking at adopted revenues. Again, from the local dollar piece only, personal real estate taxes or just property taxes in general, real estate, public service, and personal property are generally our largest revenue source. And then we've got some other local in there. So this is just kind of showing where kind of our local revenue percentages come from.
Yeah, I wanted to make some comments here. You go ahead with what you want. Some of these the statistics, I sort of find some of them alarming.
Okay. Well, let me go through some of this. So right now we're looking at kind of the audited figures. So from our audited figures, I was looking previously before I budgeted. Now these are actually audited actual figures. So for general property tax equates to roughly 65% of what we received in total revenues. State accounts for about 14% and other local taxes about 8%. Kind of the big change this year is in the federal piece. Normally this number is about 5%, but with CARES funds and the federal funding, it's kind of lowered the other percentages and increased our federal share. When you look at this right here, just kind of gives you an example and reflects actual revenues from 2020, fiscal year 2020 to 2021, showing what our 2021 budget was. So looking at actual revenues for 2020, we were just slightly over 55 million. So for the 21 budget, we adopted the budget of these revenues of about 55.8 million. Our actuals actually came in at about 57.4 million. So doing better than the budget, we came in about 1.6 million higher. Probably about 2/3 of that amount is because of CARES funds. We got additional federal funding. We did better on some local sales tax. We did better on some recordation taxes. We also got under miscellaneous. If you remember, Louisa County was going to pay to be part of our emergency public safety system. They paid us $380,000 this year. So the county got reimbursed for Louisa being part of our core. So we did better in our revenues.
So we ended up with $1.6 million surplus.
That's just in revenues.
In revenues.
And we'll go to the expenditures next. So just kind of looking at our top 4 local revenue sources, as I said before, real estate taxes, personal property taxes, public service, and local sales tax. Our real estate taxes increased, our personal property taxes, the revenue we received increased pretty dramatically from increases in vehicle values this year.
I was going to say, that's probably something we're going to have to look at during budget season and address, because I was told the other day it might be, they're looking at up to another 40% increase in value of used vehicles. So, remember the example the commissioner gave? He came in here and said somebody's pickup truck
went up $4,000
We might lower the tax rate next year then, right?
in your honor.
God, dog. I'd like to hear that.
I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the biggest one, public service went down pretty dramatically this year. And you know, the tough thing with public service is when we budget for public service in April. When we budget for public service in April, we don't even have numbers from the state. We actually don't get them until September into the fiscal year that we're already in. So, you know, depending upon assessment to real estate values. In addition, I have a feeling that some of this here is also from Dominion. Because remember, Dominion, the building down in Bremo was starting to go in mothball status. So we are going to be losing out on some annual tax revenue from that building too. So I think there's a combination of both of those factors that are why we got less revenue.
I think the assessment also has a big effect on it, because sometimes they only pay like 93% of what it is instead of right after.
It's 100.
They pay 100%.
Yeah, like 100. Yeah.
And their number is so big, that can be a big change.
Yeah. Look, so talking about sales tax, you can see here from basically fiscal year 19, really. So we have some big increases from 19 up to 21. So 19 to 20, we had a huge increase, and it's kind of a twofold thing. One is online retailers. The Commonwealth started collecting for online retail sales tax, and those taxes, you know, if you order Amazon from your house, we are starting to see the benefits of that locally. So you have a big increase from there. In addition, our sales tax locally during the pandemic was better than it's ever been, because people were shopping more locally and they were at home, and you know, more people going to the stores locally. So
And DMV was open at EW.
yeah, and so you can see, you know, between 19 to 21, we've had some pretty good increases in sales tax figures. I'm not going to go over this too much. You know, general fund expenditures, you know, our four biggest ones are always education, what we contribute to education at 34%, public safety at 20%, debt service, again, it's high, but you know, we've got low debt at 17%, and health and welfare at 12%.
No,
Just
education wise, we were only at 17 million. I thought we were up near 19 million.
that's what our actuals were. That's what we actually spent. Remember, we
Not with the budget.
we may have
Right.
budgeted.
We may have
high.
budgeted more because of CARES
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and we weren't in school.
Yeah, once
That's what-
once we
okay.
get, you'll see
Yeah.
what returns come back.
Okay.
So again, going back, this is looking at that same slide that we're looking at for revenues, but this is for expenditures now. So in 2020, we spent 48.3 million. The FY 21 amended budget was 56.5 million. And a big piece of that is because of CARES funding too. Remember, we got $4.8 million in fiscal year 21 for CARES funding. So the biggest increase was due to CARES. Our actual revenue came in at 51.3 million. So we were under budget by almost $5.2 million in fiscal year 21. Again, the biggest piece of that really being, if you remember, we were able to offset a lot of the public safety salaries, health and human services salaries. So when you look at public safety here, we're under budget about $2 million. That's because we were able to offset some of those salaries from CARES funds. Health and welfare, we are under budget by about $1 million. You know, part of that's because of one, CSA was below budget this year. Remember, when CSA is below budget, it's just less. We get less state money. And then education, they were below budget about $1.2 million. So you know, we've got a good surplus from both revenues and expenditures coming back into the county general fund, and I'll kind of show you what that looks like. And
So I've left you in good shape.
you have, yes, you set us on the right path.
We were gonna make a motion to just give that fund balance to.
Yes,
Before you retire.
but I'll get the interest on it then.
So looking at fiscal year 21 year-end results. So again, total revenues, 57 million, total expenditures, 51.3. So our excess revenues over expenditures, 6.1. Every year we transfer from the general fund out to other funds. We contribute a little bit to the Zions Crossroads Fund, to the sewer fund, and every year too, remember the board commits in even previous years, there's dollars that have been committed for CIP projects. So when we spend those dollars in the current year, then we transfer those funds out. So the long and short of it is the change in fund balance at the end of this fiscal year is increasing by $3.5 million. So our fund balance at the beginning of the year was 25.4. Our fund balance is going up to 28.9. And I'll kind of show you in the next slide how that breaks out. So here, this is the breakout of the 28.9. We've got some funds, a really small amount of, just about 60,000 that's restricted. We've got committed fund balance for existing projects that we have outstanding of about 4.8 million. And then the biggest one is our unassigned fund balance is $24 million, which is a big increase. So when you take that $24 million, so down below the number in red, that's kind of our reserved amount. That's our 12% that we don't touch. That's our rainy
That
day
we're supposed
fund.
not to touch. It's
That's
there
a
if we
rainy
need it.
day. I won't say rainy day fund. That's the money that we keep there for an emergency. And then above that, 14 million is what the board has at their discretion to use for projects and what have you.
When they evaluated how well we were doing, that's one of the things that we pointed out with the unassigned fund balance of that, even though we were very high in debt.
Yeah, we have good reserves, strong value, strong income.
Of the 4.8 that's committed.
Yep.
How much of that is committed to JRWA?
That's nothing for JRWA.
Okay, so you pulled that out. Okay.
Yeah, this is just county existing projects like, and this is as of June 30th. Maybe there's some, there could be some sheriff's vehicles, there could be some funds there for public works vehicles, there could be some school projects outstanding. So, the committed amount is kind of whittling down a little bit, but the good thing is we've got close to $10 million that we can't touch, and above that we've got $14 million that the board has discretion to use for, again, normally in good years we have used those funds, the green, to fund our CIP projects. This past year, the board decided to take out the debt, and we're, you can see we're getting fantastic interest rates to do that. So I think in the years to come, we've got a good cushion to move forward with something.
Just go back to the previous slide.
Yep.
So if we'd not had the excess of $6 million, you would have really had instead of $25,000 fund balance, a $21 million fund balance. So it's that whole differential.
Yeah, I mean, let's take out the last couple of years here where we're in COVID and we kind of do things normally. Previously, let's just say that we would that the board would commit $2-3 million to CIP projects. So in the perfect world, let's just say that everything was equal and your budget was to the T and you didn't have any excess. And the board says we're going to spend, $2-3 million. Well, every year our fund balance is going to go down that $2 to $3 million that you commit for projects. Well, because we had excess, we still had an increase in
and
fund
that
balance.
budget didn't include any CIP spending either. So the reality was it would have been 21 million. It would have been 19 million if we'd actually funded anything in CIP.
Correct.
So that's almost a $9 million, $10 million differential.
Yep.
I'm leaving you all in good shape, aren't I?
You are.
Yes. Yes.
You are the man, sir.
So again, this slide just kind of shows you just from a graphic standpoint. Again, red is we don't touch. Yellow is we're kind of moving ahead, and green is available for the board's use for projects. And then again, this is kind of shows total fund balance. Again, right here, this is the 28.9 versus what we have is the 24 million, what is outstanding. So you can see, and there was a big gap there back in the early years. Remember, we had about $7 million set aside for the public radio project way back when, and the board made a smart decision to say we're gonna take out debt to fund some of that. And for the radio project, I mean, again, some of that debt that we took out was 1.25%, 1.5%. So we have less committed outstanding. And then just looking at our overall debt. Now, this right here, this is not total liabilities, but this is actual debt that we owe that we have to pay back. So as of fiscal year 20, we had 91.3. As of fiscal year 21, we have 87.3. So the one thing I'll just add to this is every year our debt goes down by about $5-6 million. This year, the water and sewer bonds went up by 25%. Because you remember we took out about $2.4 million to fund the differential of the Zions Crossroads project, and then for some additional funds for doing the Zions Crossroads West project. So again, even though we took out some debt, our overall what we owe still went down. And then I got 2 slides and then I'm done. This just kind of shows as of fiscal year 21, kind of where the total debt load is and how it's broken out between school projects, county projects, and then green is water and sewer projects. And even though in 39, 40, and 41, it looks like there's nothing, because we're talking, up to $100 million of spread here, I think there's about $100,000 in those last fiscal years or maybe it's $500,000 in debt. It's just so low you can't see it on this graph.
If I'm blessed to serve as one with Mr. Weaver,
and then
we'll have the high school paid off.
And then this graph here again, this shows the actual annual debt service payments.
93.
And again, as we talked about, 2024 was when the radio project debt falls off and the new debt we're taking out. We've structured it to kind of fill in that gap there as we move forward. And so this is kind of showing you, this is the current debt that we have as of June 30th, 2021. So anything we've taken out this year up to this point, remember we took out about $4 million or $4.5 million for school debt, and then the board's moving forward with about $5.2 million that we just discussed this evening. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has. If not, I can have Mr. Foley come on up.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver. Yes, sir.
On page 202, and Perry Johnson might be interested in this, and I might be misinterpreting the thing. School enrollment. We're looking at school enrollment on that page at 212 going down to 221. I just wonder, did COVID produce these figures? Do you think that we've had that decrease, or am I misreading this wrong?
I can tell you, Mr. Weaver,
page 202.
Our enrollment's starting to come back some.
Well, I'm looking what we had documents on these, and I'm glad you're coming back. But I never realized if this is what I think it is, of the decrease, we had about a 15% decrease in students. Is that right?
Well, I mean, as I think Dr. Gretz has discussed before, there has been, due to COVID, there has been a decrease in students. And yeah, so if you're looking at table 12 of the stats table.
I'm looking at the enrollment on the school.
Yeah, school enrollment, and there's a 4 next to it, sir. Yep, yeah, I mean, it has gone down from fiscal year 2012 to currently. So school enrollment was at about 3,700 in 2012, and it's projected to be at about 3,100 in 2021.
Which is, like I said, 15% decrease. I didn't realize that, and I wonder how they cope with that. I mean, is it going to start back up, or has COVID completely reduced school enrollment? It concerns me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't want to comment on what's happening from the schools standpoint. And Ms. Perry Johnson, if you wanted her to come up at some point, she certainly could. Or if not, you can certainly ask that question at some point coming up here. Well, soon
in public comment, you can ask
in
January.
But I really would appreciate a comment on that.
It's the fact that we sterilize the water, put sterilization stuff in the water. Finally, we have this.
Mr. Weaver, I'll tell you a little bit of it. I can tell you. When COVID hit, some of the private schools were still 5 days instructional. And I know a lot of people pulled their kids and put them into the private schools.
That's what I
because
want.
They were in-person instruction. I know we also lost kids that the parents just said, heck with this, I'm not sending them to school. Well, homeschooling increased.
I know a lot of
So
them homeschool,
those I would say are probably in.
but we
the
haven't
light-
had
but-
much
but the
growth
light-
either
But
in
the
the
Light
county.
Academy.
Not for the
We're
last
getting
10
new
years we
students
have not.
in, sir.
Huh?
But we're getting new students in, but we're also, I mean, with the economy and things that people have had to live through.
But
I've had,
that's a
on
tremendous.
my bus, I've
drop.
lost 5 kids this year. Now I picked up 4 from another family.
Yeah,
It's kind of been a trade-off.
Yeah, with parents staying home, you have more homeschooling options, I guess.
Right, and now parents are getting back to work, so they're starting to come back more. Ms. Johnson, did y'all see an upswing in the, real younger kids, the kindergarten and the first grade this year? I don't know.
Not nearly what we expected.
I knew we expected a lot to come back.
I think one thing that has totally put us on our heads is that with COVID, we had so many kids, of course, everybody was virtual for a long time. And many children just simply weren't participating at all. And there's a good number of them that still aren't. We can't even find them. We haven't seen them.
in other words, they're homeschooled or going someplace else, maybe the church school or something like that.
Only hope that they're being.
That they're in school
They
somewhere.
don't even know where they
I've
are.
actually, like,
What, Mozart?
She said they don't even know where they are.
Uh-huh,
COVID changed everything. And
Sure.
we're working very hard to
That's
get
what
all
concerns
kids
me.
engaged.
yeah.
all right. Any other
We
questions?
don't want to lose our education.
No, sir.
Future. That's all I have. Thank you.
Was there anything you wanted to add, Mr. Dolph?
Yeah, Mr. Ruff always got to add a few things.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having me here this evening. My name is David Foley. I'm a partner with Robinson Farm Cox Associates, and I was the partner in charge and audit manager of the county's FY21 audit. So here to present the results of that to you all. As part of for the audit that we do for the county, there's really 3 main pieces of the audit that we do. One, of course, is we audit the financial statements to make sure that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The other 2 pieces of the audit that we do in accordance with government auditing standards. One of which is, in addition to just looking at the numbers themselves, we look at the internal controls that the county has over its financial reporting. And we'll go through and test those controls to make sure that they're operating as they should. And then the third and final piece to the audit that we do is a federal compliance piece. So with the major federal grant programs that the county has, there's various compliance requirements that the county has to comply with when it's carrying out and expending the federal grant programs. So as part of the audit, the OMB provides a compliance supplement that lists all those compliance requirements that the county and schools have to comply with when spending the federal grant programs. So as part of the audit for the major federal grant programs, we go through and test those to make sure that the county and schools are compliant with those requirements. A big part of that this year was the CARES funding. With the amount of CARES funding that was spent, that was certainly one of the federal programs that we had to focus on during the audit. So anyway, those are the 3 main pieces of the audit. And the reason why I want to break down in those 3 pieces is because included in the county's audited financial report, there's actually 3 different reports from us that communicate the results of the audit. And the first is in the financial section of the report, and that's our independent auditors report. And so in this report is where we state we did perform an audit on the county's financial statements. This report talks about management's responsibility for the financial statements, which management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. This report talks about our responsibilities as auditors, which as auditors we are to issue an opinion on the county's financial statements. It also states that we did perform our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. And at the top of page 2 of this report is the opinion that we have issued on the county's financial statements. And we have issued an unmodified opinion on the county's financial statements, which is the cleanest opinion in order to give on the set of financial statements. Basically, an unmodified opinion means that the county's financial statements have been prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So again, clean opinion on the financial statements. The other 2 reports from us are in the back of the report in the compliance section. The first report back there is our report of the county's internal controls over its financial reporting. This report was clean as well. No significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were noted as part of the audit. I feel like the county does have strong internal controls in place over its financial reporting. Kind of an example of this is the fact, when we're going through the audit and, auditing the numbers, and sometimes you go to places and when you're doing the audit, you have adjustments counts that need to be adjusted or, and so it's common in an audit to have adjustments. And really for the audit this year, we really hardly had any adjustments, only a couple adjustments. And I think that speaks to the strength of the finance team and the internal controls that are in place. Because you don't have those internal controls in place, you don't have, you're not guaranteed to have the numbers correct, and that tends to lead to a lot of adjustments. So I just think that's kind of an example of the internal controls that the county does have. And the third and final report from us is our report over the county's compliance with its major federal grant programs. Again, this report was clean as well. No significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were noted as far as the county's compliance with its major federal grant requirements. Also, no other items of non-compliance were noted as part of the audit. So again, all 3 reports from us, including the county's financial reports, were clean. So the clean audit again this year for the county. Just would like to end with thanking the county staff, Eric, and really all the staff for all their hard work and preparations. As they can tell you, there's a lot of work that goes into getting this document prepared, having the numbers ready to be able to have this document prepared and to be ready for an audit. The county and Eric did do an excellent job of having information ready for us. We come on site for the audit as well as they do an excellent job while we're on site answering questions that we have, as well as pulling any additional documentation that we request as part of the audit. We certainly understand they have their own normal jobs that they're dealing with. Some people maybe have 2 jobs, and yes, and so to have auditors in your office and asking you questions, asking to pull documentation, we certainly appreciate all their efforts in getting the audit completed.
And I've got to thank Ms. Melton and Ms. Toller over there in finance, because there was at one point we were short 2 staff members, and this whole audit, I certainly couldn't have done without them. Thank you very much to both of them. They were very much needed to get this done. And again, it just kind of goes back to having a good staff to get this done, and then presenting all the information and getting all the documents from the auditors.
That's great.
That's all I have, but be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions?
No.
No. Second chance? All right, thank you so very much. We do appreciate all the hard work.
Unmodified.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Thank you. You just want to leave the box with the caps.
And were you partner last time you presented to us or not?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I just thought that was a new title for you.
A few years.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. We do appreciate everything y'all do.
Thank you. We appreciate working with you. Congratulations, Mr. Weaver. on
Thank you.
your time. Always been a pleasure coming up here and having the presentation to you.
And getting some questions.
Exactly. That's every time I'll come for a presentation and my ride up here is like, I wonder what Mr. Weaver's gonna ask. But no, it's always very good questions and yeah, certainly much appreciated.
Have to keep you on your toes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and nobody likes to, sometimes we do all this work and get all these numbers together and then some people don't care about it.
Don't fully
It's always
appreciate it.
nice it was always nice to see Mr. Weaver down in the numbers. So,
Absolutely.
But congratulations again on your time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next up, we'll now do action matters. D, 2021 redistricting, Mr. Dahl.
Yeah, we're gonna do, we're gonna do a little tag team. We'll let Ms. Harris start out.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. Originally, I thought we would be very, very brief in this, but looking at some of the comments that have come through in Zoom, I think if we can go through the slides quickly, but touch on them, that might be helpful for transparency. As a reminder, I'm also very aware that folks would like to hear who we are when we begin speaking. I see the comments, you don't. So I am Kelly Harris, Assistant County Administrator. So let's go through very quickly, but touch on these. So the Constitution of Virginia does require that every locality at least go through the process of making sure that its districts are in alignment with the requirements as set forth by the Constitution and the Code of Virginia every 10 years. You don't have to change them, but you have to go through the process to make sure that you are checking the boxes for population and all those sorts of things. It does require redistricting. The Constitution requires redistricting by December 31st, 2021, being in the year ending 1 after the 10-year census. So we know that we have to use the census data. We also know that that was delayed this year, and that is why we're doing this in December and not much earlier in the year. To remind you, the Code of Virginia this year removed the prison population from each county that had a prison within it, and then reallocated the prison population from across the state back to the home address of the incarcerated persons on their incarceration. I did not go over this slide last time, so I want to make sure that we do this time. So in looking at the requirements for redistricting, let's do this every 10 years, and year in one following the decennial census. The districts themselves must be compact, contiguous, and have clearly observable boundaries. These can be waterways, utility easements, roads, magisterial district boundary lines. They can even be census block lines. We can't split those blocks, but we can use them. The equal population standard must be observed. So that's a 5% plus or minus deviation between the districts, or an overall 10% deviation from top to bottom. In all of the proposed maps, we kept to that 5% plus or minus. This is an old slide that I just popped in here about 5 minutes ago, so I did not have the 6th district in here back in April.
That's okay. We got.
So, and the numbers were just a little bit different in April when we did this. We had 1062 for the women's prison population and 1073. It is local governing bodies' responsibility to redraw and reapportion these districts. Very quickly, to go over our timeline, we began briefing the board back in March. When we thought we would be able to do this, we came to you, we told you what the delays were likely to be, but we wanted to keep you up to date. So we began talking to you in March of 2021. April 14th and 21st and May 5th, we gave presentations to the board about what we knew and what we didn't know.
And what we were projecting.
And what we were projecting using building permits from the last 10 years, we were able to come actually really close to what the actual population ended up being. A little time back for that. October 6th, we presented again with the census data that was then available. Statewide maps have been prepared, as you know, none of those proposed maps went anywhere, they were all tossed. And we discussed a timeline at that time for county redistricting. At that meeting, the board chose 2 members to sit on the redistricting committee, Mr. Weaver and Mr. O'Brien, and you met on October 12th and 15th. On October 20th, we again updated the board with what we knew at that time. We proposed maps from the redistricting committee staff and the magic of the software that lets us move around those blocks to get to the population allocation. We solicited the board feedback and scheduled community meetings, which were then held October 30th and November 1st with all 5 of the proposed maps on display. Those maps were then moved, they were in the Morris room of the county administration building, and those maps were then moved to the library to be on display for several weeks. November 3rd, we came back again, staff updated, we discussed the community feedback that had been received at those community meetings. And if I remember correctly, there were 12 to 15 people at the first meeting and 4 or 5 at the second meeting. We also at that meeting requested authorization to hold the public hearing, which we granted. And so we scheduled that public hearing for December 1st, which was out of our normal schedule, but we wanted to do it on a night where there wasn't anything else going on. So that was why we held it on the 1st instead of tonight.
And at that point too, that's the county attorney recommended when we advertised, we had to advertise a proposed map at that point.
Because not only Ms. Booker, but myself, we all talked about, why are we doing this before the public has a chance? Because I said that as well.
Well, and if I may, we advertised all of the maps. All of the maps were still under consideration.
At the November 17th board meeting, there was discussion, there was no action that night. The ad itself was run in the Fluvanna review November 18th and 25th, and then the public hearing was held on December 1st. So here we are on the 15th, making the assumption, as of right now, that the board chooses to move forward with the adoption of an ordinance before December 31st. Here's where we are tonight. Some of that will happen if you do take action tonight. What will happen after this, where it all goes after this. I'm sorry.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. And there are many things we still do not know. We do not know with any greater clarity the answers to questions we did not know 2 weeks ago. There is still a lot of movement as far as guidance. However, there has been one change, and a pretty significant one, and that is that the state, the special masters appointed by the Supreme Court have proposed 3 maps. There was a public hearing today from 1 to 4 p.m. and there will be one on Friday from 1 to 4 p.m. where anyone who chooses to speak, there was a sign up, they had to go to the Supreme Court to do it. It is interesting to know that the Supreme Court did not have to allow for a period of public comment, but they chose to do it for 2 days. I wanted to also note, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping back to the earlier slide, that as with the rest of those requirements, historic neighborhoods, that's another one. Historic neighborhoods cannot split in that. Communities of interest must be kept together, and these maps have done that. A brief comment about comments. We get a lot of questions about the comments that have been received, so I wanted to run through those very quickly again as well. Outside of board meetings, both in public hearing and the meetings up to that time, there have been 138 comments received by email. Many of those are duplicates. We've received comments from several people several times. Some of them were exact duplicates and others were just reiterating the point that they made previously. 8 people were enthusiastically for 6 districts. 88 were enthusiastically opposed to 6 districts. 105 commenters preferred scenario 5.2 as their first choice. 86 people, commenters, preferred 5.1 as a first or second choice. 12 commenters preferred 7.1 as their first choice. 15 preferred 7.1 as a first or second choice. 58 were in opposition to either of the 2 7 district proposals. One person preferred map 7-2, 8 were in favor of 7-2 as a first or second choice, and again, 58 in opposition to either of the 7 district maps. Next, please. This is just a list of things we don't know. We do not know with any definitive answer what will happen if you choose to make changes tonight that would affect currently elected officials. We don't know that. There's some. I'll defer to the county attorney for anything that has to do with the legal piece. If you don't know, I won't even read that off. I'll let her do that. We've been over that before. What we don't know, we don't know. We don't have any clear guidance on that. So next.
All right.
Yeah, if I may clarify on that, in terms of what happens, I think she is speaking to the last entry on the slide in front, which is basically there are 2 statutes. One says that the effective date of the redistricting ordinance is effective, that the redistricting ordinance is effective when it's adopted. However, the more recent statute, the Virginia Rights of Voters Act, which was effective July 1 of 2021, provides that the covered practice will not take effect until it has received a certificate of no objection from the Attorney General. And the certificate of no objection, that basically replaces the old voting, the old federal pre-clearance procedure, and is the certification that the covered practice neither has the purpose or effect of denying or abridging the right to vote based on race or color or membership in a language minority group, nor will result in retrogression in the position of members of a racial or ethnic group with respect to their effective exercise of the electoral franchise. So those are the standards for that. And so now we no longer have to submit federally, but we do have to submit under the Virginia statute. And it is the county attorney's office's interpretation of these statutes that means that the new districts will not be effective until the certification of no objection is received. However, I have to tell you, we can read these 2 statutes and it is not, I cannot guarantee you that there's not another interpretation that could happen later. So as in law, it depends. But that is our best interpretation of what that language ought to mean.
Thank you so much. Is that it? Nope.
Again, a reminder of what our districts currently look like, and you went apples to apples. That's okay. Just an apples to apples by seeing where the population changes have occurred. Those numbers include the prison population, Palmyra, and Columbia.
I was gonna say, is that the adjusted one, or is that the one where Palmyra has part of it?
That is the unadjusted number. I think there's a slide kind of about that. This shows our current, our current demographic breakdown using the categories as defined by the U.S. Census.
Yeah, but that also includes the prison.
It does also include the prison, and again, for apples to apples, we have to do it with the raw numbers. Don't know, we don't know ethnicity of those who have been reallocated to their home address.
Or right.
We know how many have come back into each district. We do not know ethnicity. So this is a strict raw data, apples to apples. So this is the parcel of land that the Women's Correctional Facility sits on for reasons unknown. The U.S. Census divided this parcel into 2 sections. The darker section sits in Palmyra District, and the lighter section sits in the Columbia District. And I am willing to bet just about everything I have that there are not 796 people living in that darker section. As that
And the
is
water
outside of
treatment
the prison
facility.
walls. And I'm pretty sure they're not there.
That's the water treatment facility.
So we don't know why they did this. We cannot fix it in terms of putting those 796 back within the walls. So we have to make that change on our side within this district. So 796 individuals who live inside the prison were allocated to Palmyra. That would then take out of Palmyra, and 241 were allocated to Columbia District. That would then removed. There were small additions back into each of the districts, somewhere between 15 and 20 folks who were living in those districts at the time of their incarceration. So this just gives you what the ideal population is per 5, 6, or 7 districts.
And this shows you now the adjusted.
And this is with the adjusted.
With the adjusted prison population.
And I will say this is probably one of the most complicated pieces with the numbers. Census was not particularly clear about some of the numbers. There were mistakes made that we found. And then there was another mistake made from the Division of Legislative Services who did the allocation of the prison population. It seemed to be just a numeric issue. We found it, we fixed it. So there could very likely be a 19-20 person change to some of these, but to the absolute best of our ability, this is the population that is accurate for each of these districts at this time, or not at this time, as of April 1st, 2020. Next slide. Again, very briefly, this is the breakdown of what it cost per district. There's a year 1 and a year 2, because we wouldn't have all of the same costs. Excuse me. For each of the years, and this is broken down by salaries for different commission members, starting cost for precincts and those sort of things. And if you will remember from the last time we met, there could be a plus or minus $20,000 difference depending on insurance that is chosen by the city members. This is just a diving into each of the proposed maps. The 6th district map is the first one, only because that is the proposed map. To reiterate what Mr. Wright said, we did advertise all of the proposed maps and not just the 6th district. However, the board did specify the 6th district as the one to move forward with. And this shows the demographics for each of the districts of it. So this is what's new. The Supreme Court appointed the special masters. I gave them 30 days from, what was the date? Was it
November 20th.
or something like that?
Like November 20th.
And on December 8th, the special masters did return with 3 proposed maps. They were instructed to not come to them with to come to the Supreme Court with several options, but to come with one map that was agreed upon by all 3 of the special masters, and so they've done that. These are proposed maps. I couldn't tell you if it's likely there will be any changes. I'm selfishly, I like them because they keep Fluvanna whole. We don't have to worry about the split district option. I'm sure there are plenty of other things to pick apart, but from a purely selfish matter, I like it because Fluvanna's whole in all 3 of these proposed maps. If that is the case, and these are the maps that they go forward with, you would not have to worry about the split district problem of having to add another precinct because the districts can be split, precincts cannot. These 2 public hearings will be today and on Friday, and then written comments are being received until 1 p.m. Monday.
I believe that's correct.
It's 1 p.m. Monday, and then after that, hopefully we'll hear something soon. I think they had until the 20th to get this done, and they're done. Okay. Are there any questions that I can answer for you in addition to the ones we've been over a few times in the past few weeks?
So you last slide, does that mean that they've done their work and they?
The special masters have indeed done their work. Eric, would you mind?
Yeah,
But we don't have that information.
It's not final.
It's not final.
Nothing's final, so it could change.
Yeah, so if you look, so.
We're district one. This one. Yeah. If you click on that. So this is what Fluvanna is proposed.
Yeah, Fluvanna's right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're not talking about what the rest of it is. I'm just thrilled that Fluvanna is kept whole.
Seems like in general, they're trying to keep the counties whole.
Yeah, Louisa is split up, we're all split in a few of them, maybe
Yeah.
not this one, but in some
It's
of
the,
the state map.
So
Is
is this for the senatorial map?
House, it's house.
Yeah,
Oh, for the US,
this is a US
Yes.
House.
US House. Wow.
all of them are whole.
Yes.
Yes, and so, so again, Fluvanna is right in here, and this one,
Bottom left of that.
yeah, if you go into House of Delegates. Thinking about it, again, Fluvanna is,
56.
yeah, I think we're right up here. We're right up in the corner there.
Yeah, the square.
Yeah.
Who else is in
If
it?
you click on that, it'll show you just that.
Does that leave us with?
Goochland.
Oops.
That's part of Goochland.
Sorry.
Cumberland, Buckingham, part of Prince Edward,
Yeah.
and Appomattox.
I think so.
Yep.
I guess that's just part of Goochland. I mean, they must go down Fairgrounds Road.
Yep. So that is that, and then let's see here. State senates, again, we're wholly contained. And again, we're right here.
That was on Louisa's.
Yeah, yeah, Louise is split in this one right here.
Hanover, Louisa,
Yeah.
Goochland,
Yep.
Powhatan.
Yeah, I think under these maps, we wouldn't retain any of our current delegates and our state senators.
The state senator might stay on that one. Where, I don't know where he lives.
I think in the US map, it goes out to Matthews County.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, all the way to the bay. And what's the gray right there for?
Because it's.
Oh, it's only half
Yeah, it's
of,
only
half
half.
of
Prince has
Hanover.
half.
No, I'm talking about, and then top of half of Hanover on this.
Half of Hanover, half of Louisa.
Hmm.
Yep. But Fluvanna is wholly contained.
seems like Charlottesville and Albemarle were really split apart in all different directions.
It's not the original those maps that were taught.
Mhm.
Albemarle was old in a couple of those. Fluvanna remained whole in every single
everyone.
map that was proposed, and so I was very hopeful it would follow through. It's completely so.
Mhm.
And I know prior to going to the special masters, the general discussion was that Fluvanna was going to still be whole.
Yeah, and all those original
Right,
ones too. they were-
but once again,
They're proposed.
they're
They're
proposed,
not-
and we have no answers
We
to
don't, but
any
I'm very
question.
surprised it's changed very
Well,
much.
I'm talking about any other question.
Yeah. So that is all I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions that I might be able to answer.
And again, we can, if the board wants to dig into the maps, we can do that, or we're here for questions, or however the board wants to move forward. And then obviously the deputy county attorney down at Delore is available for questions as well.
Ms. Eager?
What information more do we need from that?
Let
We go ahead.
let me tell the board one thing too. I mean, so if you looked at the motions, a couple things I just want to just kind of give you a heads up on as you're kind of thinking about your decisions tonight. One, if you go with a 6 or 7 district option of map, the one thing per the ordinance, and Mr. Laurie can correct me if I'm wrong, we have to have, because we're putting out a new ordinance, we have to have district names for those new districts. So for instance, if the board goes with the 6th district map, you know, we would need to have the name of that new 6th district, or same thing with 7 districts as well.
Well, that should have been done a long time ago, then, shouldn't it, on 6?
7.
4-7.
Yeah, right, it should have been done.
Here's gonna be my statement. Were you done? Did you have any other questions, Ms. Eager?
Later, go ahead.
Okay, well, here's my question. I mean, we talked about 6, we talked about 7. I talked about 7. The problem with that is we have no answers as to whether or not how the effects or ripple effects would be. And to me, I see no way can we move forward if we're thinking about doing that, not knowing what the answers are. These are going to be unintended consequences. And I know how much we said that at the meeting with state elected officials, how much we hate unintended consequences.
You said the ripple effect of what?
If we make a decision tonight, not knowing what the effects of that decision will be.
On what?
If we chose 6 or if we chose 7.
Well, I still don't understand the effects, the ripple effects.
Well,
We don't know all the facts now.
As we talked about, does it affect Mr. Fairchild and Ms. Key?
Oh, you're
Whether or
talking
not-
about the, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that's what when I say ripple effects,
Yeah.
we hate it when people above us pass stuff down to us and it has unintended consequences. And all I can see is if we make a decision tonight, it has unintended consequences that we have no idea of what those answers are. I mean, we can guess, like Ms. Deloria said, she can give us an opinion, but the next person that reads that sentence, their opinion might be a little different, correct, ma'am?
It is possible that there could be another opinion. I mean,
Right,
as I
I mean,
said,
that's-
we're giving you our best opinion of what.
Absolutely,
The General Assembly did not say, notwithstanding.
when we asked them at our meeting, they apologized, the only answer they could give us was, we don't have an answer.
We have been looking, we have not seen any guidance,
And that's what I'm saying, we've gotten no guidance, and to me, I just don't see how we can go through with this tonight. I would rather we defer it, and I know that goes against.
When do you think a decision should be made on this? Are you going to call a special meeting towards the end of this month? Or should we wait until January the 1st when you have a new member and do it then?
To me, I think we should wait until we actually have guidance and answers.
Okay, tell me what the question you need an answer for.
I just said it. If we go to 6 or if we go to 7, and I've said that I'm in favor of 7, and later on, I'm gonna tell you why. I've said it before in open session, but I'm gonna make sure I state those reasons because I don't want people to think. All right, I wasn't gonna do, well, I'll do this later. If we chose 6, if we chose 7, we could easily have a district that doesn't encompass 2 people that work their rear ends off to win an election. And we've all been part of elections. When you have a contested election, there is nothing, I shouldn't say there's nothing fun about it, because standing up there and meeting a lot of people and shaking hands, I'm sorry, guys, I like to talk. That's fun to me.
That's just it is.
Well, I mean, and people used to give me a hard time saying, oh, look at the politician. Anybody that's known me, that's the way I've been my entire life. Okay, that's why I enjoy teaching as much as I do. That's why I love it. But those folks that won those elections, absolutely, there is no way we should do anything to jeopardize them from serving their terms. They earned that right, whether we agree with them politically or not, doesn't matter. The people spoke, they wanted them elected. And that's why I think it's a mistake if we go ahead and choose any of them right now until we have answers that can clarify definitively. And I know you're gonna come back happy with, we know by the 31st we're supposed to be done.
I can tell you, we have a constitutional at least a direction, if not a mandate, to redistrict in 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have that, that's the constitutional provision. We have several statutory rules. I'm a little concerned about until we have direction, because it is entirely likely we won't have that direction, we don't know when or if that direction will.
It has to
come.
come, it has to come out sooner or later because they have to make those decisions so that they can do state elections.
Well, the statewide maps will be adopted.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
And that's a huge word.
Right,
Hopefully.
soon. I'm anticipating and assuming that what will happen is if there is no action by this board tonight, and this is deferred to another
Yes,
date,
ma'am.
that that assuming that date is after the 1st of January, that the newly elected people would take their oaths and enter into their terms of office.
They've already taken that, yeah.
So.
Correct.
They have already taken that oath. Okay, well, then their terms would, well, that's good, and then their terms would begin.
Yeah.
If I may, and that would presumably, that would remove the potential difference or the question about the date that the act is effective. So the statute that says that the redistricting is effective upon adoption, they would have entered into their office prior to the adoption, and presumably then under the statutes they would finish out their terms. It would take out that particular issue. Potentially there are other unknown issues that could come up as a result of doing that.
Well, here's my next question. Yes. And I'm sorry, I'm asking all these questions, but, and please, if make sure you speak up. But my next question is, the state is adopting these maps, correct? Are they going to appoint people to these new districts, or are they waiting until a November election? And that's my other question. If we adopt a 7-district map, do we wait and match our elections with the 7-district, with the state elections? Because it doesn't make sense to have 15 different elections. Well, and we don't know, and we don't know. I mean, I hate to keep saying those words, but we don't know, like you said, Mr. Harris, we don't know what we don't know.
I mean, I can tell you, the procedure for filling a vacancy. So if you have a vacant position, so if you adopt that and you have a vacant position, then within 45 days of the office becoming vacant, the board of supervisors for the supervisor vacancies and the school board for the school board vacancies would be able to appoint a new member to be in those seats. And then they also, within 15 days of the occurrence of the vacancy, and again, in our interpretation, the occurrence of the vacancy would be when the act is effective, when the Attorney General's pre-clearance is done. That's our interpretation of that. They would petition for a special election to fill those seats.
You had mentioned a caveat, if it was an even number, that then it must be by election and not by appointment.
Okay, that is what I mentioned was the possibility of a tiebreaker, which had occurred to me. I don't know if anyone has discussed that. Could be something that the board would want if it went to a 6-member district. The tiebreaker in Fluvanna County, apparently, according to the county code, there was a tiebreaker at some point that was repealed at some point. It was some time ago. Yeah, so there is a statutory proceeding for a tiebreaker. That would be one person who is elected from the county at large. And Ms. Brooker, when that was there previously, the statute allowed either appointment or election of that tiebreaker. That tiebreaker is now it's an elected position. So it's not, it cannot be just an appointed position. However, if the office is vacant, so if a tiebreaker is established and the office is vacant, then the same vacancy appointment rules would apply. So the board would be able to appoint and then have a special election, and then going forward, it would be elected.
All right.
But we have a map that does not disrupt the people who have been voted in, 5-2 and 5-1. We have heard from the citizens, 5-2. So I don't have any desire to talk about 6 or 7 right now. When I hear that we need another board member or 2 to get more equal representation, then I question myself of have I been doing my work as a supervisor the wrong way these 14 years? I ran as an independent and I have represented every citizen, not only Falk Union. And when we sit here around the table and we all get on boards and commissions, we are representing everybody and we're building relationships with citizens. Ms. Eager is on one of the most important boards, social service, and she's on the community planning. She touches every district, everybody, they know her. Sal Booker has been working on Java for over 13 years. That touches all the elderly people, anybody who needs anything in this county. I know something about it. We have Fluvanna, Louisa housing. Right now, they're trying to get into Columbia to do some work. They spend $300,000 taking care of our citizens. I sit on the interagency council with every non-profit people, and I know who is serving our county. This year I worked 2 years to get pipes in Terrace Lane in Cloverdale because the fuzzy pipes were 40 years old. There were 5 families in there and the pipes were bursting. They were paying $800 water supply. I didn't come back telling you all this. Ended up, ACAP gave us $25,000. Those people have new pipes. That's serving the community. I go to Veterans Day twice a year, Scottsdale. I'm also on not only the driver executive board, but on the regular board. Tony and I are on the Fluvanna Basin. They haven't had a lot of meetings, but here we are. We're talking about the Fluvanna River, the county. Mike, you always talk about recreation on the river. You are a teacher. You are in the most important position. Every family comes to you. You're a coach. You represent everybody in this county. The other thing is the interagency, not only interagency council, partnership for aging. Right now, we're trying to get assisted living, independent living, nursing home, memory care for everybody here in Fluvanna County. And that's serving the people in the county. So I may not know 5,000 people that's in Falk Union, but I bet you I'm doing some form of every ribbon cutting that the chamber does, or to all of their annual reviews at well. I have been 18 years, I presented to the leadership council here in this county with 25 to 30 people from August until March to tell them about the school system, the white, the black, the integration, and the segregation here in this county. And you know the book that's written from the Historical Society. So I must not be doing something right. Because you mean to tell me we need 2 more people to represent? We sit here now with 5 of us and took us, 20 or half an hour to discuss some other night, and only 2 people spoke, and that was basically Mike and Tony did most of the talking. Is it you and I are kind of quiet? I'm trying to fight to get in sometimes. So relationships and being in the county, you go to all, and you'll find them. And Tony's on the TJ Planning District Board with 10 counties. So he's running base with Greene County, Madison, Nelson County, Louisa, Charlottesville, Albemarle, and Fluvanna. Getting ideas, talking about affordable housing. Mrs. Eager sent to us that community planning, she made sure we got I don't know if you got a copy of that, I was in the office when you sent it. Community virtual meeting to discuss special use permit application for Village Oaks Senior Living Development. They are going to have a Zoom meeting on Thursday, December the 16th at 6 o'clock. Now, we're representing Fluvanna County, 27,000 people that we have. 5 of us here, if we are working in our committees, our boards, we're out in the community, why do we don't need 1 or 2 more people just to split up some population? I am anxious to have I think Broken Island will be in 5 boards, 5 too. I want to make that relationship. Somebody stood up and said something about the them and the they. I still hear the them and the they. I want them, and I've already talked to Kelly. Kelly, we need to have bus trips through Fluvanna County. People need to know where the rural areas are. They need to see the beautiful farms and the corn growing and the soybeans and the cows grazing and the chickens. They need to see those things. People who, my district, Park Unions, after me all the time, most say, we don't have a store. We don't have a grocery store. We have a Family Dollar. We've got Dollar General. We have a pharmacy. We have a florist. We have fire department. We have an insurance company. Roger Bowles has a priority insurance company. And we are rural, and we may not have all the amenities that Lake Monticello may have. But we have the space. I have the deer running across. I got so many Canadian geese in my pond, and all of those riches that we have. But to me, I enjoy what I do.
Well,
And it's and so it throws me when it says we don't have equal representation. And I said, what in the world? What am I doing? This is what I've done for 14 years. I've got 2 more years, hopefully, if the Lord let me live. And so, you know, we're out there. We know our county. So I just don't see, and we work well together. And I don't see any need to have 1 or 2 people. 10 years down the road, we may have to have 1 or 2 more people. But right now, and when we talk about our new board member, Chris Fairchild, I've worked with him before. I look forward to working with Chris. Chris will be a good person for Cunningham and Lakemont and the Taylor Ridge and the other parts outside the lake. He's lived in those areas. Those people know him. He's going to represent them, and he's going to represent as well as Don did. So let me understand why you think that we need to have 1 more person or 2 more people. And the community has spoken. And I don't know whether I will be able to face this community if we decide to go in the opposite direction. What trust and faith will they have in me? I don't have 2 more years. But I mean, I may, I don't know whether I could, I don't know what I would say because these people everybody's put a lot of effort. People who said 6 have put a lot of effort. People who said 7. But we've had the majority of people who've come in and they've studied those maps and they've studied what is best for this county.
Well, I think the unfortunate thing is that, because we talked about map 6, which now seems that there isn't really the support for map 6 that was implied in the public hearing announcement, that a lot of the discussion has been about map 6 versus map 5. And there's been very little discussion about map 7. I don't disagree that 10 years down the road, you may need that representation. I do think that that the community has spoken and that they brought out their voices and they've talked about what they see as what they believe will serve the county for the next 10 years. That can be reevaluated. If we're going to move in the direction of map 6 or 7, which I'm not in support of map 6, I'm less in support of map 7 than I am of map 5. But if we're going to move in that direction, then I would strongly suggest that we defer given all the unknowns. If there's support for map 5, 1 or 2, then I think we should move forward just to get this taken care of, meet the constitutional requirements, and eliminate sort of the angst and discussion that's out of the community with regard to this. If we're going to not pick that, and if we're going to have a discussion about map 6 or 7, if there isn't really support for 6, then we should eliminate 6 and start talking about map 7 and the differences between those. And again, defer those. But when you add in all the questions, even if the state redistricting comes back and we have to add a precinct, that's still cheaper than adding a new school board member. And there's an unlikely chance that that's going to occur. So that sort of unknown factor isn't such a big deal to me. The unknown factor of disenfranchising voters, that's an enormous deal to me. The unintended idea, and I think I say this very clearly, that I think it's unintended, that there is an aspect of disenfranchising or diluting, I don't want to say disenfranchising, but diluting either minority votes or lake votes or representation in terms of the lake. I think that's an issue. And we've certainly had the NAACP and I apologize for not recalling the name of the group for fairness and equity in its entirety, who certainly represent part of the African American minority groups in the county, and they've spoken in favor for map 5. I think when we have those kinds of discussions, that's important. I've always said that what I like about the map 5s is that it leaves it to the voters to decide what the future of the county is going to look like. By bringing all the counties, almost all the counties, in proximity to the suburban areas, it really leaves it to who wants to run for that seat and what is their vision for that seat and what is their support for that seat. It does not leave it to how we have drawn boundaries to limit the amount of people that are of maybe a suburban nature versus a rural nature. Map 6 certainly does that. Map 7, depends on which map you choose, does some of that. Okay, but again, do we need 7 at this point in time? So if there's support for map 5, then let's take that vote today and let's move on. If there's not support for it, then let's defer and let's eliminate map 6 and start talking about map 7. To me, that seems like a very clear choice.
When I supported map 6 was because I thought that the lake would want more representation and that they would have two board members on the board. But I guess the people don't really want that because many of the people at the lake came before us and said they didn't want 6.
Well, I can say that I have not heard a lot of people coming to me saying they want map 6. That I can say.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm going to sit here and try to list all the things that I do. Every road in this county, I work with every person in this county, no matter race, creed, ethnic, religion, doesn't matter to me. I'm going to treat each and every one of them with respect, and I'm going to treat and listen to as many of them as I can. One of my faults is I like to talk way too much. But I talk to people every day. And I will go over my reasons why I talked about 7 districts. The people that I've talked to over the last 2 weeks, I sit down and talk to them for 2 minutes and they go, that's what we need. I haven't kept a list. We have had, and first off, before I go any further, let me say thank you to everyone that has come and spoken. It is so nice to see people, like I said before, and to hear what people say. We've had 138. That's about 0.4% of our population.
That's 138 email comments.
Well, it's about,
So there's even more.
well, but that includes the duplicates. So we're looking at about less than half of 1%. And I'm not dismissing that at all. But I talk to people every day. And I talk to people in Scottsdale, I talked to people from the lake, I talked to people from Columbia. Like I said, everybody. There's been talk about how we've circumvented this process. I apologize for anything that may have looked that way. We were put behind the 8 ball by the state because they got stuff to us way later than they're supposed to. The first time when they had 3 votes that were tie votes with the first board of the 15, it was talking over redistricting was one of them. And that vote was taken in June. Then we wouldn't be having any of these conversations. If this would have happened in May and June, like it should have in April, we wouldn't be having any one of these conversations about anybody possibly losing a seat, getting voted out. They would have run in a district that they knew they were going to be in. And I apologize for any of that inconvenience. That's why I think a deferral is the best thing. I want those that are elected to serve. Fairfax was brought up. I did 121,000, 10-member board. Those board members also make more in 1 year than our entire board put together. They also have 10 members on their
Staff.
they got 10 staff members. I remember getting a call from Prince William. The chairman of the supervisor staff wanted to set up an appointment with me and wanted to know if I could do that. I said, well, let me talk to the supervisor. Hang on. I switched the phone to the other hand. I said, yeah, he can make that work. I want those elected to serve. I cannot say that enough. Also argued to wait before choosing 6 districts. But because we were putting 5 districts forward, also tried to make sure that everybody knew we were not set and tied to one. I said then I'd rather be 7-1 than 6, but I wanted to be bigger than 5. And that's not just me, in my opinion. That's from many people that I've talked to, folks, not just 1 or 2. You know, I love this country. I love this county. I've had that called into question by people that have known me for a very long time. If I didn't love this county, I wouldn't be teaching for 35 years. I wouldn't run on the fire department. I wouldn't volunteer to do stuff all across the county for you know who, doesn't matter. In the 7 districts, 45% of the population of our county is at the lakes, what's been said many times, right?
So probably between 45 and 48%.
Okay, if we go to 7 districts and 3 of them have a lot of the lake in it, that's 43%. That's looking at the numbers. My district, it's been talk about trying to dilute the voting power. If you went to 7-1, my district would go from like 20% African-American vote to 25 or 26. I can't remember the numbers. Trying to remember them off the top of my head. That's what I'm talking about when I say equity for every citizen. One of the things we talked about tonight, our absentee voting precinct, is at the Jefferson Plaza. We had to move it because we had to find an area that was big enough to suit everyone. And everybody has that opportunity for 45 days. I wish I had the numbers before me today. But I think when we have the outlying areas of Columbia, West Bottom, and Store, those folks don't shop at the Lake Monticello food line. Those folks shop at the Goochland food line, the Dillwyn food line, Walmart. They don't drive by E.W. Thomas's to go shop somewhere else. They're the old people like my mom that show up every Friday morning at 10 o'clock. And if she didn't show up, Beth was calling. I think those folks have everybody has the opportunity. It's just a lot easier for those folks that live within a 5-minute drive. Whereas somebody that lives out past me has to drive 21 miles. And it's over half an hour drive. Those are some of the reasons. I told y'all I would be as honest with you and open with you as I could. It's why I like the 7-district format. And I think that gives equity. It's been said we need to spend this money on the school budget. folks, in 8 years that I've been on this board, and it's not just been me, it's all 5 of us. I agree, we've worked really well together. But there have been 5-member boards that were not as functional. I'm sure y'all probably served on some. Okay, we've been able to work together and come to a compromise somewhere between this and that. School budget's gone up 35% or better, I believe, in 8 years. So we're investing in our children. Okay, the CIP that we talked about, we just did the funding for. That's buying 10 school buses, along with the 3 or 4 that we bought at the beginning of the year. You're right, I wish we could buy a whole new fleet every year, but no, we're investing in our children. We're investing in public safety. We just give a well-deserved raise to the public safety, and thank you for everything that you guys do. You do everything for our county to keep us safe, and we are so appreciative of all of it. You know, the state, God love them, talked about giving a 5% teacher raise last year. And they did, and I thank them for the money that they gave us. But they provide about 36% of that, we provide the other 60. Here's our county. So I'm not taking this lightly. I'm not trying to sit here and preach. These are reasons that I've talked to everyone about. There have been accusations of racism. I think I've had well, I don't want to say never in my life, but I've had people tell me, well, it looks like it. I had a great nephew born this morning. I had a tear in my eye because he was named after the black man I considered my brother. Told you about that. That's what hurts me to the core. I want to listen to the people. Okay, and I thank y'all. 95% of you that have spoken have been as polite, and that's what it's about. That's one of the things I talked about with Mr. Weaver. He and I have disagreed many times in 8 years. But you know what? When we get up from this table and leave, he always sticks his hands out and says, hey, have a safe trip home. I'll see you in 2 weeks. It's the discussion. It's a vote. Nothing's premeditated. That's why I think we should divert. I preached long enough. I said I wasn't going to do it. But
I wouldn't have any problem either with diverting. I just don't think we have enough answers at this time. But I don't know how it's going to work.
I think way too many holes. And you're right, Ms. Booker. We could go on with the way things are. You know what? We may not all 5 be here. When we know Mr. Weaver's leaving. So that's one of the board members that's changing. The rest of us have been here for a long time, and we've worked well together.
If we're not changing the size of the board, frankly, there's no reason to defer. It keeps us in compliance. It keeps us in compliance with the Constitution of the state. It ensures that every member that was elected is elected and can serve their seats. It is still very representative of the number of people there in the county. And it affords people the opportunity during the next election to select a candidate that is supportive of their vision of what they'd like the county to see. Obviously, they can do that with 7. I just think, again, it's an enormous disappointment that we spent so much time and energy focused on the discussions around 6 and the benefits around 6. We've literally only had, Mrs. Harris, 3 comments on 7.
7 or 8.
As a primary choice, we've only had 3 comments on that. And that's the shame. That's us not doing our job well in terms of recognizing that how we put things forward is how things are going to be reviewed. I agree with Mrs. Booker that it should never, and I understand that there's reasons why the public notice has to say a particular map is selected, but I think that should never have been the process. And it's great that people have gotten involved.
Amen.
And come out and spoken and said what they need to say. But maybe if we were talking about 5 and 7, we would have had people come out and speak about the benefits of 7. We haven't had that happen. So again, I'll just go back to a simple, a simple choice right now. If there's support for 5, then we should vote for 5.
Well, that's really simple. Are there 3 supporters for 5?
Well, let's talk, I haven't had it.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Weaver, please forgive me. And then out there,
No, I'm sitting over here taking it off. What happened when the board went from 6 districts to 5? Many people have already brought this up. There's less representation. Some Lake individuals were furious because they had to travel so far to Antioch to vote. These same folks called me for weeks about this. They were very, very unhappy with 5. A lot of you didn't catch that, but I did catch it right after the election. And also, this is the first time that I've seen so many people who want to save money.
It's an homage to you. It's an homage.
No.
I wish that I could have seen more of this concern over my 32 years on the board. I have personally voted against some budgets in the past because I felt the increases were too high for the taxpayers. In one instance, I was chased down to the parking lot by 2 individuals in an effort for me to change my mind for the next meeting. The next meeting, I voted no for this increase. It passed without any trouble. We're talking about saving money. Why not 4? This county has had 4 before. So why have we skipped over 4? That has not gone anyplace. Years ago, an issue came up, and there was a petition with 3,000 names on it, not to pass the issue before us. The vote was 3-2 to approve the issue. Yet 3,000 people were denied, quote, the right. Fluvanna is a great place to live and to raise their children. As I go into the sunset, I wish all of you well. Vote for 6. I love you all.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to comment on Mr. Weaver saying 3 and 4. Mr. Weaver, remember you and I were at 210 redistricting. You and I sat as board members, and they bought us 3, and they bought us 4. There was a lot of conversation from the 6 supervisors. They did not want 6. And that's why you and I, planning commission, people worked on that. We came up with 5. Why did they go to 6? I've talked to some members who were on the board, older members who were on the board at time. From 1990 to 2000 or whatever, we had like 6,000 or 7,000 increase, and it was because of the lake. And that's why they put 2 supervisors at the lake, was because of the growth at the lake. That was the reason.
Sure.
All of them that I've mentioned it, said, "Oh Lord, please don't go 6." Now it's true that we had 13 incidents where we were 3 and 3. A lot of them we did solve, but it took time. I remember during tax time, I mean, we We even took breaks. You were there, we would take breaks because we couldn't get somebody to come over this way and someone to do the other. And it took, I was exhausted when we were finished because we just could not agree. I will stand, we need to go 5, scenario 2. I don't agree that we need to delay it. I think the people have spoken, and when you were talking about the petition or something, I don't remember what the situation was with the petition. But I don't remember, and it's probably it's true, but I don't remember.
Yes, ma'am,
that.
it was
I don't remember.
Camp Friendship, the thing development of Camp Friendship.
Okay, but we didn't do it.
And you know what? In his honor.
Well, we did it. Mr. Rowland broke through the 3,000 signature package.
But we did
And-
not.
No, yes, we did. They just didn't build it. They couldn't find enough water.
That was Walker. They called it, no, it's right over here next to.
You know,
I thought it
Camp
did-
Friendship,
I
the
thought
golf
it
course.
did pass, period.
It would be nice if the new supervisor had an opportunity to weigh in on this issue. I would feel.
He's waiting.
I know he's getting closer all the time. But I would feel much more comfortable to pass that baton on and let him work with you all over this issue.
Well, you could
I don't want to break the law.
you could choose not to vote, and that would be a 2-2 vote, right?
Well, that's had happened.
um,
We've had 2-2 votes.
Yeah.
Mr. Dahl, I'm gonna ask one last question. Now, I hate to say anything after Mr. Weaver's speech. Have you spoken to our neighboring counties and what are they?
They're not meeting the December 31st.
We don't need to break the law just because somebody else is. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
to
not-
to that point, I think the county
And Fred
attorney.
has been very blunt.
He has been very pointed. But what was the law for the state? They're supposed to be done before us, correct?
I don't think
The
it's-
state actually, I think, has a little bit more flexibility than local counties does.
Well, I mean, since our districts usually depend on theirs.
Well, obviously the calendar wise, that should have been done ahead of this, but I can't speak to what their deadlines were.
No, I
They're
think when
following
I,
their procedures, there are many counties that are not meeting the deadline. There are many counties that are meeting the deadline.
Well, what happens to the ones that are not meeting the deadline?
We don't know for sure.
well, again,
It is our expectation that the known is that they would be subject to, mandamus to require them to take the action.
Well, then you do
To
it.
accomplish the redistricting.
But it might
and
be
do
some other
that.
time, right?
That is the only sort of absolute known as far as that goes.
in your opinion, is there a particular reason why, if we are sticking with the current number of districts, that we should be concerned about the unknowns that?
In our opinion, the most correct procedure to follow would be to follow the constitutional direction and mandate to adopt, to redistrict in the year ending in 1, which is where we are, which is our constitutional obligation. And that the effect of that would be that the redistricting would be effective upon the issuance of the certificate of no objection by the Attorney General's office. And that that is the most correct way to proceed in terms of our
Okay.
best
I think
interpretation
you
of
made
the
the
law.
best point. If there's not support for 5 right now, and we're beating a dead horse.
Would you pull up 5? Two.
which one, 5, 1, or 5, 2?
5, 2.
You want me to? Let's do this. Because do you want to see it more closely?
Yes.
Okay, let me.
That much of it should be there. It is.
Oh, would you see it there?
Yeah.
If there's certain areas or move around, I'm just trying to get a.
Talk about the changes. You
Sure.
want to hear about the changes?
What's your question, Mrs. Eager?
I just wanted to take another look at it. Elmira is going to have to change its voting precinct. Is there any other one that changes their voting precinct?
No,
I
ma'am.
don't think so.
No.
Okay. And then nobody changes their seat?
No.
Yeah.
You're gonna end up with a lot more people in the Palmyra district over time over the next 10 years.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
it takes in colonial circle.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm hoping Falcon will take
And-
some more too.
Well, until the water line's there,
But they don't.
it's not gonna be major growth until the water line is there.
Yeah.
But you're also gonna get the,
That's
you're also gonna get the new assisted living that they talked about.
Right.
And that's when, and then in the next 10 years, that's when you change. You don't to draw your map with what you think you're gonna have 10 years down the road.
I know that.
Yeah. So.
And I
I've got.
My idea, is I did not draw it based on 10 years down the road. I based it now.
So the primary changes in this map is that the Columbia District does come across 15, which is no longer in the proposed maps, appears to no longer be.
Palmyra no longer is in Palmyra.
And Palmyra is no longer Palmyra. And Fort Union goes a little to the northwest there.
Yes.
But the thing about this map is it uses the river as a natural boundary between Columbia and Fort Union. And I guess it's the wrong way. That does cut through Palmyra, but
Kent or Columbia stays north of the river until you get to South Boston Road, and then it goes, yes, North Boston Road, maybe.
Yes, yes.
Goes, just follows, what is it, 600?
Yeah.
And I think it goes.
No, that's Troy Road.
Yeah. South Boston, North Boston, go up there to Detroit.
And let's look at the demographics of that. side, too.
Percentages? We have percentages on the others.
You want me to, I can go ahead.
That's all right. That's all right. I can
think
figure
if
it
I
out.
recall, Fort
Oh
Union
my gosh.
increases its total population of African Americans.
Yes,
The Columbia District will be about 17% or 18%.
and 7, I think we drop about 300
No, where?
when you go to 7.
Yes, ma'am, but the total number of voters drops almost 2,000. So the percentage goes up, which increases the power of that voting block. That's one of the other reasons I don't like 7. I mean, yes, the number drops, but everybody's number drops. The percentage is what matters. Percentage increases.
If I make this motion, how do I do that? Does it come down here to the second motion?
Yeah, 1 second, let me just find where we are. So this is the beginning, so Mr. Lauren, so this motion needs to be made no matter what, correct?
That's correct. It's this motion down through all of that.
All of that, then, well, I mean, I guess, are we talking about 5?
2.
Okay, so then, then right here, this is the motion, I'm sorry, this is the motion, and then right, the blank would just be 5-2.
Right, it would be.
So it's two motions, it's two separate motions.
Okay, can I read that as a vote?
Yes, yeah, because there's,
Very well.
yeah, nothing's changed from what was in the.
I move the Board of Supervisors to approve the ordinance titled an ordinance to amend chapter 2 administration of the Fluvanna County Code. In Article 2, elections by repealing and reenacting sections 2-2-3 and 2-2-4, enumerating election districts, populations, polling places, and precincts, and describing the election district boundaries. The following amendments. 1, the ordinance is not to be given effect until the Attorney General of Virginia has issued or received or issued a certification of no objection in accordance with Virginia Code Section 24.2-129. And 2, in 2-2-3, parent B, the changes related to the central absentee precinct that was separately approved at this meeting shall be incorporated. And it was.
So they need to
Is
take
that the
action
first
on
motion?
this. Or
No, then she would continue.
okay.
So we vote on that first.
No, you would continue.
You continue on
Okay.
this.
5 districts, the ordinance shall be revised to reflect the Board of Supervisors in its legislative judgment has determined that reappointment to establish 5 election districts, precincts, and polling places is in the best interest of the citizens of Fluvanna County. The map of the election districts showing 5 districts entitled Scenario 2 is approved and shall be published in an appendix to the Fluvanna County Code and kept on file with the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. The boundaries of the election district shown on the map shall control in the event of a discrepancy between the boundaries shown on the map and the boundary description set forth in section 2-2-4. 3. In section 2-2-3, the listed names of the election districts and population shall be revised to conform to the map. The listing of a new election district, the population and polling place shall be deleted. Section 2-2-4, the written boundary description of new election district number says 6, is that right?
Yes.
Number 6 shall be deleted, and the written boundary descriptions of the election districts shall be revised to conform to the map. The county attorney and the county administrator are authorized and directed to revise the written boundary descriptions to conform to the map. Is more?
No, that should be it.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Chair votes nay. Motion passes 3-2. Is that all we have to do?
On the redistricting, yes.
Okay, let's move forward with, well,
Motion to extend or?
I don't, well, I mean, we still got half an hour. We'll wait to see where we are. Oh, that's right, we gotta go closed session. Might as well extend for 2 hours.
I make a motion to extend till midnight.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver to extend till midnight. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Next up is E, 14-year water supply system preliminary engineering report, PA number 13, Ms. Toller.
Good evening. Virginia Electric Power Company received a special use permit from the board for the conditional rezoning approval on June 25th, 2021 to construct a line of sanitary landfill or dispose of the coal combustion residuals, On the property adjacent to the Bringham Power Station, which will affect the existing groundwater wells within a 1.5 mile radius of the power station, including 2 of the 14 sanitary district wells and private wells. Fluvanna County will need to construct a new water supply system that will allow those beneficiaries access. Access to the system if they choose to. As part of that SCP and conditional rezoning approval, VEPCO proffered funds for these water supply improvements. This project agreement is to begin that process of the establishment, with the establishment of a preliminary engineering report. This will evaluate and provide recommendations for proposed water system to provide safe drinking water for that area. One thing to note is while we are signing, or we are getting this together and getting it signed right now, a notice to proceed for Dewberry will not go forward until the money from VEPCO is in the hands of the county. So we do have to have this signed and agreed upon in order to get those funds from VEPCO, but the notice to proceed will not go to Dewberry until we actually have those funds.
Yeah, just remember, Dominion Energy said the county would get a $2.1 million advance out of that roughly $50 million that they proffered. And again, there are certain restrictions that says, you know, we must have a budget, we must have a scope, and we must have a contract issued to move forward with the project. Well, it's of our belief that, one, to move forward with any type of water supply system, you need a preliminary engineering report. And so 2, that is a contract. So there's been a little back and forth with them to get this advance and what that is. So we are trying to move forward and getting all of our ducks in a row. And once we have this and everything else, then we're going to go back to them and say, look, we have what we need. Now you need to do what you said per the problems. So that's the long term.
Any questions?
No. At the meeting of the night last Wednesday that we had at Park Union, Dominion came down to tell us about the wells that they're testing in the east and the west ponds and what kind of chemicals and things that they're finding. And DOQ, they have to go 3 years testing those wells without any percentage of these substance that they found in those wells. So there were at least 6 people there, and usually, there were the people who live in the West Bottom area, and people who have farms adjacent to Dominion. It was very interesting. It was totally concerned about the environment, and very interesting. And they do have the presentation if anybody would wanna. I guess they would send it out. I think Miss Sarah Marshall would be good maybe to look at that, just to see what kinds of chemicals and things they found in those wells. So. Thank you. Okay, now I have a motion. Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. I move the Board of Supervisors approve project agreement number 13 between Fluvanna County and Dewberry Engineers, Inc. for the Parkland Water Supply System preliminary engineering report totaling $149,715.15, and further authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Booker and seconded by Ms. Ziegler. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Premium pay staff one-time bonus, Mr. Saul.
Yeah, Ms. Snow's gonna.
Okay, Speedy.
Getting late, huh?
something done in my legs. So thank you.
Oh, man. Oh,
So back in 2020, as you know, the county was in compliance with the state mandate as a public health emergency. At the time of the COVID pandemic, Fluvanna County employees found creative ways to continue serving the residents of the county with alternate means for doing business. All Fluvanna County employees, staff reached constitutional office as well as library. Registrar's office kept the Fluvanna County government open and operational during the uncertainty of the pandemic. By proving themselves essential to the continuity of government, whether by meeting with residents, vendors, contractors, or others, and or by providing administrative support to those who were Fluvanna employees. August 2021, a special session of the Virginia Assembly directed the State Comp Board to award $3,000 premium pay bonus to sworn deputy sheriffs. During our October 6th board meeting, the Board of Supervisors approved a one-time bonus to all sheriff office deputies in the amount of $3,000 and to E911 employees in the amount of $1,500, an acknowledgement of the essential nature of their positions and the continuing risk to health and well-being. Fluvanna County employees and the employees of the Fluvanna County Constitutional Officers, Department of Social Services, the County Library, the County Registrar have all been no less essential to the continuity of government services provided by the county and have continued to work regularly. Direct and indirect exposure to COVID-19. Employees of each of these offices and departments have continued to perform their duties and provide vital services to county residents, often at increased risk to their own health and safety, whether it was by direct contact with residents, vendors, and other contact by documents and other things or objects, materials, items handled by residents, vendors, or others. This proposed one-time hazard pay bonus seeks to acknowledge the commitment and hard work of the county employees. The American Rescue Plan Act allows local governments to respond to the essential workers by providing this premium pay.
Yeah, and then, so as premium pay is discussed, eligible workers, as it says, workers needed to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure sectors. Essential work is that it's not performed by teleworking from a resident. It involves regular in-person interaction with patients, the public, co-workers of the individual that's performing the work, or physically handling items. And again, auditor's guidance is one, document the key attributes and the conclusion of how each department position within each department is critical to protecting the health and well-being of county residents. Document the routine work schedules, including the work locations. And again, treasury imparts as essential work is work involving regular in-person interactions or routine physical handling of items handled by others. And there's some caveats to, you need to further document premium pay if to those that are receiving 150% above Virginia's average annual wage. So what's being proposed is those eligible must be current county employees hired before July 1, 2021, and have worked a minimum of 230 hours during the eligibility period, basically fiscal year 2021. It's a requested hazard pay bonus amount of 1,500 full-time employees, 750 for part-time, permanent part-time, and 375 for temporary part-time, as long as they meet the criteria above. I can tell you, I spoke to our auditors about this. Greene County did the same thing. They paid their employees the same hazard pay bonus. And again, in the package, going through every single employee position type, we've documented how the duties that they did apply to the hazard pay, meaning one, essential work and what type of essential work they did. So when the board approved the same thing for the E911, at that at that point, I discussed with the board that we were going to bring a proposal back, and the board suggested at that point to do so. My recommendation at the time was not to do it for E911 without considering all employees, but the board approved that and had discussed about bringing a proposal back. So the proposal's back right now for the board's consideration. And I'd be happy to answer questions. if the board has.
Any questions?
No.
All righty, we have a motion.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a one-time publicly qualified and county eligible employees of Fluvanna County's constitutional offices, Fluvanna Department of Social Services, librarian registrar as follows. A $1,500 bonus to all eligible full-time employees of the above mentioned departments and offices. A $750 bonus to all eligible permanent part-time employees of the above mentioned departments and offices. A $325 bonus to all eligible temporary part-time employees of the above mentioned departments and offices, with $0 from the county general fund and $162,750 of funding to come from the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye.
Thank you for
I
that.
only have one question.
Yes, sir.
Are we included?
You know what? I was gonna say the same thing.
Well, we're the only ones who are
Temporary.
included.
We're already making big money.
Yes, sir.
That's
My
right.
counterpart in Fairfax, I think, makes 100, my employee thinks, I think the counterpart in Fairfax makes about $125,000.
Go live up there and you can ride.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think I'm liking you.
That's a little bit.
Board members, I want to thank you very much for that. I mean, like I said, thank you for approving that. Again, county staff has worked hard, continues to work hard, and, things aren't getting any easier. Things are,
Not getting easier, huh?
no, they're not getting easier. And like I said, I think from county staff, I know this is very much appreciated to recognize their hard work and the risks that they've taken during this time. So thank you.
When will they get this? Soon, before they leave, or before?
The unit's up and running, it will be done this tomorrow or
Oh,
weekend.
Yeah, so they get it before the
Work
holiday.
over the weekend to get those, right?
Right.
There you go.
I'm just telling you, feeling pretty unappreciated. Appointments, boards, commissions, and committee.
One motion regarding that supplemental budget transfer.
I move that the board of supervisors approve budget transfer of $162,750 from the FY22 American Rescue Plan Act contingency budget to the full-time salary and FICA budget funds to cover a one-time hazard pay bonus for all ARPA qualified employees as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Eager, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now, G, board, commission, and committee appointments and reappointments.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, so we have a good amount of member board member appointments. So one for, and Ms. Solis at the at-large one, and just refresh my memory because my mind's getting dull right now. The incumbent, there's only one position up for that one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So the boards, commissions, and committees, that's, if there's only one listed, that's the only one,
Okay.
so.
Gotcha. Okay, so for the BZA, there's one at-large position. There's three that have submitted an application, but the incumbent has submitted the application also. For the Fluvanna Partnership for Aging one, the incumbent was the only one that submitted for the at-large one. For at-large two, there is only one person that submitted for at-large two, and that is not an incumbent.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
Okay, Edna C. Harris, she's already a part of the Fluvanna Partnership for Aging. I was wondering why she's back.
Her terms.
What happened?
Her terms.
But she's never served, but she hadn't been to any of the meetings yet. She was already approved.
When was she approved?
That, I don't
'Cause
know, a while ago, because
So did
Aaron's not here, Aaron Spitz is not here. Because she has emailed us to say, I can't make the meeting this evening because she works in Albemarle. She works in Buford School.
well, I mean,
So,
so I guess the terms expired December 31, so I don't know.
yeah, I'm wondering, why would we put it on and it have it
There's
expire?
nobody else.
To
I
have
think
it
it was,
expire.
she took over an unexpired term, so it wasn't a very.
I don't think she had a very
as
long term.
Of. a
Did she
long-
take over Nancy Walker's position? Is that what you're, no, I
Yeah,
don't
so
think it was
it's a
Nancy.
short amount of time, but that term is ending at the
Okay,
end of this month, and so.
so that's
she
why
has
she's
expressed
up. That's
she
what I
wants to
was
be
wondering.
reappointed.
So if Edna's up and then is Maxine Bassfield, we need a at-large two?
You
We
need two at-large
people?
members, yes, and
We
so,
never had two.
yes.
Anyway.
And then for the Fluvanna Partnership for Aging Rivanna District, Sue Lieberman,
Yeah,
again.
because she's the chair.
Yes, yes, so she's the incumbent and she's the only one for that has submitted. Going back to the James River Water Authority, we have two open spots. So one, Mr. Chesser, for the Fluvanna Citizen Representative one, Mr. Chesser is currently on the board. He's the incumbent. That term ends December 31. So again.
Did he not
No.
reapply?
Oh, no, he's yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
he has reapplied. And then we have the unexpired term previously from Mr. Dunning. And then again, you have individuals that have submitted applications for that position as well. And then for the Library Board of Trustees at large, you have Nancy King, the incumbent, plus you have two additional applicants. And then again, for Social Services Board, Rivanna District, Mr. Chesser is the incumbent and has submitted for that. So.
Well,
The library board, though, how many's supposed to be on that? You say Nancy King's already there.
She is already there.
What about those other three that you have there?
Well, there's two there, Gina and Linda Mitchell. One, if the board didn't want to select the incumbent, Nancy King, then those are the other ones that.
And
So
only
there's
one-
just one then.
it's
The
only
rest of
one.
them.
Yes,
You don't-
there's only one spot. Yes,
Okay, that's what I
yes.
was getting at.
Yeah,
Okay.
so maybe,
we need to talk about the top one, and then we need to talk about the JRWA.
and then the Library Board of Trustees.
Correct.
So for the top one, for the BZA, again, you have it, or the incumbent or two new applicants.
The incumbent.
Incumbent. Mhm.
I mean, is anybody else?
I don't have any other thoughts. I mean, it's great. He does a good job. I guess my only thinking is, I mean, there's so many good people and the people that are serving on the boards, many of them have been there for many years. I just wonder if at some point we should create some sort of
Put a
term
time-
limits, you know,
term-
some
term,
term limit as
right.
far as that goes. I mean, you can't say no to them because they're doing a great job and they're very qualified and they know it, but so do some of the other people have a lot of
Yeah.
qualifications. Right?
But you had their experience too.
Yeah, you do, and you do. I'm not-
And the
But-
background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like also.
And of course, it's up to each board to come up with their bylaws that dictate that, but it does seem to me that
I've attended many of the Board of Zoning Appeals as a spectator, and I think he does a
Yeah,
fantastic
he's
job.
been.
He's as
Yeah.
fine a young man as I've ever known.
he's
I can call
been-
him a young man because he's a year behind me.
And so then,
yeah.
so then there's that one, then.
And I'm not saying anything against anyone else.
Then
I've
Edna.
known him
I
our
think
life.
we talked about this before, but maybe in our package, we can have attendance records and all that kind of stuff too for these things.
Yeah, I don't. We can get that. Like I said, we'll have to get with those because some of these I'm not sure. We can find it out.
Once you
Someone
get
has
it,
the attendance
yeah,
record.
once you get it, there
Yeah.
won't be very hard.
I mean,
First time is tough.
I know some of these folks, but I don't know all of them. That's all.
Okay, so the next one is the two for the JRWA.
Yeah, so for the first one, again, is the board looking to not reappoint.
We
Mr.
talked
Chester.
about keeping Mr.
Well,
Chester.
I'd reappoint him, certainly.
Keep
Joe.
Okay, so then.
Okay, so then the second one is we got to decide from the 6 people that are down there.
Yep.
Or 5 people.
Which one has the most experience?
Well, Mr. Anderson and Stanley Smith both have water experience.
And I'll just, again, I'll share my concerns with one of them being an employee.
Yeah, but
County,
he's going in as a citizen. He's not going in as an employee.
But he's still an.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
if you're
still
on the
could
board
be a
with,
conflict.
if you're on the board with Mike, and Mike is your employee, then how can you, if Mike is put on there, it's the same situation.
Have we gotten
Not
any?
his employee, he's mine.
No, we're his employee.
No, we
It's
are
the
not.
same situation.
He's our employee.
Yes,
Has Louisa given us any insight into what their decision making is going to be?
I think they're waiting to see what Fluvanna is going to do.
Well, I'm,
That's
First.
well, I'm
All of
strongly
it,
in support of Stanley Roger Smith
Oh.
Jr.
I'm in support of Mr. Smith, but Mr. Anderson has an engineering degree and is an engineering teacher, and that's
impressive.
That's-
From just some little school that has 3 initials. I don't know if that counts.
you and I both paid him a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I know Mr. Eric Anderson too, you know, a lot about him.
And we
He
know
is, but Stanley Rogers Smith Jr. has 19 years in Fussy, and he knows water. He may not have a PhD, but he has a associate degree.
He's an
and he
employee,
has
are you
been-
saying?
He's
He is
employee of
employee
Falk
of
Union
Fussy.
Sanitary
Yeah.
District.
Oh.
And he's
Okay, well,
But
You
Mr.
know?
Anderson isn't.
let me say, Mr. Anderson is very qualified.
Well, do you want to make a motion for Mr.
I make a
Smith or
motion for
Mr. I mean,
Stanley
I'm
Rogers.
kind of leaning towards Mr. Anderson.
I am
because of the
too.
objections. Uh,
Well, that's 3 people's leaning that way.
And
And
we
that's with
talked-
no
we-
disrespect to the chair. I think he would do an excellent job as well.
hey,
Yeah,
um,
I'm talking about Mr. Anderson who's sitting in the audience.
he
So-
doesn't hear very well.
But
He doesn't know we're talking about. him.
I just feel that Stanley Rogers Smith Jr. been here all his life, knows much more about this than Mr. Anderson, who hasn't lived here all his life. And I'm being real honest now.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're gonna lose Roger
Why?
because he's people want him. And
But he already
he'll
has a
be
job,
gone.
doesn't
Yeah,
he
but
not?
he'll be gone.
Why? Because he doesn't get it?
No, he's not gonna leave because he doesn't get it, but he's not, if anybody approach him, he's gonna be gone. And he's had people to approach
My
him.
vote's for Anderson.
He's had people.
Do
to
we have a
approach him.
motion?
I'll so move to nominate Eric Anderson.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
I oppose.
Chair sits this one out. 3-1. I was on there. I've told y'all before. I said it, I've sat out every time. And
So then I guess.
then we got the library. Nancy King's a retired teacher and knows them well.
Somebody's retiring?
No, Nancy's
No,
a retired
Nancy.
school teacher.
Oh,
sir.
she's a
And
retired.
she's a librarian.
And she's a
Neither one.
librarian, so she knows a little bit about library.
So maybe why don't we do this? Maybe since we already did the JRWA number 2, maybe just go down, say BZA, the name and each one this way, so we know for the record
Well,
specifically.
if we get does everybody agree with the incumbent for the library?
Mhm.
Then we can do the whole motion and go.
Well, and then, I mean, if
You
you
have a
said,
name.
yes.
We already voted on the BZA, right?
Yes, I don't know. No, we did not.
You did not.
I spoke up.
We
Oh,
said
that's fine.
East 11.
I move the board of supervisors approve the following board commissioner committee appointments. Board of Zoning Appeals at Large, Easton Loving, Fluvanna Partnership for Aging at Large 1, Edna C. Harris, Fluvanna Partnership for Aging at Large 2, Maxine C. Bisk Spears, Fluvanna Partnership for Aging Ravenna District, Sue Lieberman, James River Water Authority, Fluvanna Citizen Representative 1, Joe Chesser, James River Water Authority Citizen Representative number 2, Eric Anderson, Library Board of Trustees at Large, Nancy King, Social Services Board, Ravenna District, Joe Chesser.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We now move forward with the consent agenda. H, minutes of December 1st, 2021.
I
Ma'am?
didn't make a motion properly on that. He went down all of them. And if I oppose, then I need to say I accept for the James River Authority.
Well, that.
If there's that recorded,
Well, I mean,
will that be
it was
recorded?
recorded when we took the vote.
Recorded the first time?
The 311.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. I just want to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So I mean, I guess we could make the record reflect that just under James River
Yeah.
Water Authority.
311.
Representative
Right.
number 2, that
Yes.
will reflect the vote on that one, but all the others, I'm assuming were.
5-0 on Mr. Levin.
Okay.
And Ms. King.
Okay.
All righty. Now, consent agenda H, minutes of December the 1st, 2021, Ms. Solis. I, Batty Grant Supplemental Appropriation for Broadband, Mr. Dahl. J, approval of open space contract for Eric M. and Amanda J. Graziano. Mr. Sheridan. K, accounts payable report for November 2021. I'm sorry, Mr. Dahl. L, second amendment to VFW's tower site agreement, Ms. Poland. That's it. Is there anything we want to pull, Mr. Weaver?
No, no.
Sir?
Wait a
Sir,
minute.
accounts payable?
Mrs. Snow is ready to go over each line.
No. All righty, do I have a motion?
Okay. I move the accounts payable and payroll be ratified for November 2021 in the amount of $1,626,593.10. And I also move to approve items H through L.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Ms. Booker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, how about any new business?
I have new business. We have an ordinance on our books that we are to remove campaign signs 10 days after a campaign is over. If we're not going to enforce that, I would suggest we remove it from the books. We're not enforcing it. We might as well get rid of it. If we want to take the time to enforce it, fine, but if it's not, then we need to remove it.
Yeah, I think I remember speaking to, when we brought this up, I think it was early on and probably after the election, maybe January, February timeframe, and I spoke to Mr. Payne about that.
Right, I remember that.
At that time, and his discussion was let some months go by and then we can make enforcement actions.
Is there a state requirement or not?
I don't believe.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, Mr. Miles.
Comes to the rescue.
Sir,
Phone a friend.
so this was one of my first ordinance amendments I worked with Mr. Payne on when I arrived, and it was that the signs could go, were amended to go up 60 days prior, and then 10 days after the election. Mr. Miller and myself have been enforcing the removal of signs.
So you have?
Yes, ma'am. So
I'll give you.
I still see some up.
well, I will let you know that if there are
Okay.
some still up, and I know that there's other ones that are going up for, I forgot the lady's name, Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are now up for a special election. So the ones that occurred after the election.
But I guess what
come
you're
up
saying
10 days.
is if there are signs that are related to the presidential election, is that what you're referencing?
Well, I mean,
Any.
delegates, I was gonna say, Ms. Copeland's got a bunch of them in Columbia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any.
Okay.
I mean, that's seem like the ordinance has value in the sense that, anybody could just put a permanent sign out there for themselves, which is not in the spirit of it.
All the local election ones, Mr. Fairchild, Mr. Anderson, who was just here, anyone who ran in the Cunningham district, I know that were removed like 3 days after.
I know it, I know
So
that, yeah, those
they,
were removed.
And also we do honor the ones that look at, saying thank you, like Mrs. Murray Key on her sign said, thank you for voting for me, and then she and her husband and others took those down.
Yeah.
So I guess the long and short of it is if there are still election
There's
signs
still-
up that are after,
Right.
I mean, it's been, I guess, adequate time, we will enforce.
Yes,
these.
thank you.
I've
I
seen
just want to
some
know
within
your
the last week.
Good.
Yeah, and if you all
Good,
would let
thank
Mr. Miller and I know, I'll be out in the field on Friday morning myself.
Okay. Okay, I'll let you, I'll email you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Booker.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Hearing no other new business, I will now open the second round of public comment. Anyone wish to address the board, please state your name and address and keep your comments to 5 minutes on topic and direct it to the board. Come on down, Mr. Fairchild.
Chris Fairchild, 5470 Thomas Jefferson Parkway. About the subject that you were just discussing, I'll just add that I thought several years ago, the state, that because of being a billing state, that the county could not have a rule that regulated how long a sign, campaign sign could be up.
I think it was related to how long prior to the election that the campaign signs
Okay.
could be up, but I still think there was a requirement that they had to be down, be removed a certain time frame after the election.
At the state level, or I thought Dillon State didn't allow us to have laws on that. That we couldn't.
We had,
Come on.
Maybe the county attorney.
I think if Fred worked with Miles, Fred,
Well, certainly, I think if somebody's not a candidate, they don't qualify to have a political sign out, right?
But can I address that again?
yeah.
I just thought I heard also that 60 days before prior.
Yeah, 60
It's
days
60.
before, and I forgot who the lady was running against.
I know you're
yeah,
Deborah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she was the one,
changed it, right.
yes, she was the one that she had us change it from the, whatever it was.
Right.
It was 45 days,
Right.
30, it's 30 days.
30 days prior, and then doubled it to 60. What Mr. Fairchild may be thinking about is the Reed versus Town of Gilbert ruling that occurred at the Supreme Court level for removal and posting of signs. And that was something, basically freedom of speech and all that. And so, but everyone in the sign requirement, did agree, and you all locally kept the 10-day removal. It's more from beautification of the rural areas or portions of the county for outdoor advertising and everything. So 10 days has never been changed from that.
To address Mr. Fairchild's question, we can certainly, I see Ms. Deloria vigorously writing notes down about that, so we can.
Right, and I know that Mr. Payne and Mr. Miles worked closely on that when that was done. I just am not personally up to date on that issue.
We'll
It'd be easy enough.
Did you have, I'm sorry, yeah.
No. Thank you for letting me be part of the conversation. I support there being structure around it. I'm just trying to figure out.
Make sure
just
we-
had signs out, for quite a long time, and then just trying to figure out how to get them all up.
You had a bunch, I tell you, you people worked with those signs. I was shocked.
I think I was gonna want to.
I told him, I got, you got one more time, I'm gonna bring that one to you. It's right in front of you.
I literally heard about it yesterday, then she caught me on it.
That's $100. Is there anyone else wish to speak at this time?
Online?
I'm checking the room. Let me check the room. Do you have anybody online, Ms. Harris? Oh, I see a hand up.
Yes.
Mr.
Yep.
Potter.
Yep.
Mr. Potter, you gotta unmute.
I am unmuted.
Go ahead. Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeffrey Potter, 474 Coverbridge Road. Just chiming in on regulation 15.2-109 from the state code, which says No locality shall have the authority to prohibit the display of political campaign signs on private property if the signs are in compliance with zoning and right-of-way restrictions. So just making you all aware of that. 15.2-109. That's it. Thank you.
Did you get that, Mr. Delore?
I've got that.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Thank
Is
you.
there anyone else wish to speak at this time?
Yes. Rudy Garcia, 802 Ravenna Woods Drive, Fork Union. I'd like to thank the board for their consideration of the input of the public in voting for map 5-2. And I would like to once again thank Mr. Weaver for his 32 years of service to our county.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
I'd like to speak. But I want to do it from the public poll there. so.
All right, you're pulling up Patricia Higgins, huh?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I know our rules don't allow us to address members, but if you would allow me to do that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So, 9 years ago, I stood here and well, I can say that I looked at Mrs. Booker and I looked at Mr. Weaver. And
That was tough, wasn't it?
it was tough. My hands were
Right.
shaking.
Yes.
I was nervous. I viewed, the decision-making and the rationale and the reasoning from a certain perspective and light. I wasn't part of the political process and or the privilege and or part of the community for that matter. But I can stand here right now, and I want to do this because I will look you straight in the eyes, Mr. Weaver, and say, I can now call you friend, and I appreciate your reasoning. I appreciate your decision-making, and I really appreciate the service that you've done for your county. And I just wanted to make that point right here, which I didn't get to make the first time. And I'm
Thank
glad
you.
that I could do that.
Thank
Thank you for your service.
Oh.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Mr. O'Brien forgot to mention his name.
I
and his
did, I was
address.
about to say.
No, that's all right.
District. 30 Chatham Lane.
I don't see.
The guy that's sitting
All right.
beside of you, right?
Seeing no others, I'll now close the second round of public comment. Mr. O'Brien?
Mr. Chair, I move the fact, well, real quickly, if Mr. Fairchild has been sworn in, can he join us in this or not?
I don't think he's.
I don't think so until January 1.
Just wanted to if he was obviously able to, I would recommend it. Mr. Chair, I move the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors enter into a closed meeting pursuant to the provisions of section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended for the purpose of discussing legal matters.
Okay.
Got a motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. We're now in closed session.
What do you have? What's the matter?
Hang on. All right. Let's see.
Gotta come back in.
Yep, Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, I move the closed meeting be adjourned and Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors convene again in open session. Here resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public matters, public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
Second.
Yeah, got a motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Weaver. Ms. Eager,
Aye.
Ms. Booker,
Aye.
Mr. O'Brien,
Aye.
Mr. Weaver. Chair votes aye. We're now out of closed session. Before I ask for the motion, I have been remiss, Mr. Weaver. I've got to read you a message that was sent to me, sir.
Okay, I hope it's not too
And
bad.
it's the only time you're ever gonna hear me say this. To Don, your exemplary dedication and service to Fluvanna County was amazing and appreciated. I was honored to have served with you, and I know your knowledge and caring may never be replaced. Bob Olenbrook.
Oh, Bob.
He asked me
Oh,
to read that
yes.
on the record, sir, and
Oh.
I forgot, and I'm going to
I've
fire
been
Mr.
meaning to
Dahl
see-
because he was supposed to remind me.
He was ill for a while.
Yes,
And I
sir.
was wondering how he was and I didn't know how to get a hold of him.
Well, I'll see if I can get his
Yes,
number
please
for
do.
you.
I-
He actually put a post out yesterday, Mr. Weaver.
And you
that
waited
his
this long.
His cancer CT scan was all clear and he was going to play around the golf.
Oh, good for him. Great.
Yes, sir. So
Now that you're retired, you can get up.
he and I keep up on Facebook. So
Yeah, well,
we catch
I
up
thought
on
something
what's
maybe
going on.
happened to him.
No, sir. He's actually doing really good. He's had some issues. But he is still kicking and still.
I'm glad to hear that
still-
because he was ill the last time.
Do you damn?
And I didn't know how to
proud
get a
of
hold of him.
All right,
Okay.
do we have a motion to adjourn?
So made.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Second by Mrs. Booker.
I think
Well,
I
you-
have, no.
You
I
said
think- look,
something before.
Look, I've had about 5 seconds.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes 5-0. We are adjourned.
I've been the second motion of here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Mr.
Thank you for
Weaver.
all you've done.
It will not be the same.
There we go. All right.
You'll have to make it on your own now. I know you can do it. I know you can do it.
Man,
Yes, ma'am.
I just thought about something.